statue. So we were trying to run this all game in the red zone, and I say, hey guys, are you sure we're good with this? And our receiver coach, Brett Pease, says, hell yes, we're good with this. And he kind of pulled me out of my funk, and I'm like, okay, I guess we're good with this.
Trailing 42-41, going for a 2-point conversion, and it's a big play. They're going to get it. He gets it. And it's going to be at the ball. Can you believe it?
If you look at it closer too, Zabransky and Ian Johnson, who scores the running back, their feet almost hit. And they did click in practice, and we had tried to tell them, hey, make sure you get clearance. And I mean, I think they even tipped. He could have fallen down there, and he's looking like the biggest loser of all time. It's like,
it was your day.
You probably just want to go, are you?
That was a great job, man.
How painful it is when you don't win.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's like so devastating. It doesn't make it good at all. It's like, even though it was one of the great games of,
For you. You're the best. You're always a great friend. Appreciate you.
We'll never talk about this again. We got a lot of other things to talk about.
Friendship.
I like
That's right.
Just love that conversation. Of course, a memorable game for everyone involved. Can't forget about Ian Johnson's proposal and that post-game celebration as well.
After a crazy, wild week in sports, the weekend is here. Thanks for tuning in and listening to my live watch-along reactions of college football, Penn State, Maryland. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. A thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Maryland. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. The 5-3 Penn State Lions, the 5-3 Maryland Terrapins from College Park, Maryland, a 3:30 Eastern kick on FS1. Penn State currently on a 3-game losing streak after starting 5-0. They have not won in over a month's time, dating back to the Indiana win on October the 2nd. It is currently November the 6th. So yes, if you do the math, just a little over a month's time since the Blue and White have last won. They've also had a bye week in between these 3 straight losses at Iowa, Illinois, and last Saturday night at Ohio State. As mentioned, though, Maryland also 5-3. They started 4-0 before losing 3 straight. Also to Iowa, at Ohio State, and at Minnesota before defeating Indiana last week at home. As we enter November, a Big Ten East battle with the 2 teams that are currently tied for 4th place in the division, currently behind Michigan State, Michigan, Ohio State, and then, of course, Penn State. And Maryland with both Indiana and Rutgers bringing up the rear. About a month left in the regular season. 4 games for the Blue and White, counting the day, of course, before, and hopefully picking up their 6th win before then to enter bowl season with an eligible record to become bowl eligible to go to a bowl game this year. 3 straight losses. Hell, Penn State lost 5 in a row to begin last year. Honestly, how much worse you get? I'll digress there. Hopefully Penn State can run the football today. Open up play action from Sean Clifford. Continue to play good defense as the New Lions have done to this point this season. Blue collar, hard-nosed, hard hat to work mentality. Defense, hold the fort down until the offense gets going. That's how it's going to go once again today. Not unless, of course, they start fast and, don't look back at that point. But this game for Penn State will not be easy, believe me. Don't be shocked 3.5, 4 hours from now, Penn State, as Maryland would be 6-3, Blue and White sitting at 5-4. And then, of course, you look ahead of the schedule, Michigan, Rutgers at Michigan State to close it out. At best right now, still coming off of last week's loss at Ohio State in a game in which they showed effort, they fought all the way till the end. Of course, 2 games prior, a total of 5 points in the 2 losses, losing by 3 at Iowa, losing by 2 at home in 9 overtimes a couple weeks back against Illinois, 9 last week. Really 1-2 plays, a couple calls go their way. John O'Neill, the white capper, this afternoon, your head official. We'll see how the officiating is, but I'll digress there as well. Who knows? They still could be unbeaten. I doubt it, though. They probably would have lost at least one of those 3. But you never know. That's why they play games. Now, Penn State, on this day, 11 years ago, they picked up Joe Paterno's 400th win. Of course, a week ago, last Friday, was Joe Pa's 409th career and last victory in his Hall of Fame career. But also on this day, dating back throughout the years, Penn State on November the 6th. Their last win, of course, 11 years ago against Northwestern. But before then, it was in 1993, the last time the Lions won on this very day. They lost to Maryland this very weekend last year at home as well, 35-13. In a game, they turned the ball over way too many times, could not run the football, and of course ended up losing. Started 0-3 for the first time since 2001, before, of course, dropping 2 more to Nebraska and Iowa before, of course, 4-game winning streak closed out last year, 5 in a row to begin this year, now on a 3-game skid again. So as mentioned, circle back around, how much worse could it get? Only time's going to tell. Of course, yes, they have to find a running game. Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, John Lovett. Clifford can't do it all by himself. He's got to be able to get the ball to his playmakers and John Dawson, Parker Washington, Condre Lambert-Smith. They got to go to the tight ends a little bit more. I know last week they did, but it's got to be more balanced and more consistent on offense, and then flip it over to the defense side of things once again. Just continue to play stellar defense, continue to, as mentioned, play Penn State defense in general. And that's put your heart out on, go to work, blue-collar mentality, hold it down until the offense gets going. Now, series-wise, Penn State hasn't defeated Maryland in a little over 2 years. It was a Friday night, led at Maryland back in 2019, and they blew out the Terps. Of course, last year, Maryland got the better of the Nittany Lions, but dating back even further, in 18, 17, 16, 15, and 14, to when Maryland joined the Big Ten. As back in the day, this matchup was one of the best rivalries in all of college football, with as close as these 2 schools are. Of course, Penn State Pitt, Penn State Maryland, Penn State Syracuse, Penn State Rutgers, Penn State Notre Dame, etc. Maryland has not defeated the Nittany Lions. So it was their first win against the blue and white last year in quite a while. Of course, Penn State going to try to return the favor and get some payback, some revenge on the Terps here this afternoon. As mentioned, a 3:30 Eastern kick on FS1 with Dan Helly and Petros Papadakis on the call for Fox Sports Network for FS1. Of course, Steve Jones, Jack Ham on the call for Blue and White Radio. But, of course, there's still talk of what the future holds for Penn State on who the head coach will be moving forward. Well, currently, it's still James Franklin, as he's in his 8th season, the former Maryland offense coordinator, which landed him the Vanderbilt gig, and then 3 years in Nashville. Of course, a dumpster fire of what Vanderbilt was and still, once again, is. But those 3 years in between, he at least got him up off the doormat and contending in the SEC East. 3 years there now, 8 years, 11 total as a head coach. Is he going to go to USC? Is he going to go to LSU? Is he going to go elsewhere? Who replaces if he does leave? I've discussed that a little bit as of late the past couple weeks. I will, at some point in time in the next month, have a coaching carousel video published right here on the channel, covering college football and the NFL. So be sure to keep an eye out for that. You know, but still, for the time being, it is James Franklin. So roll with the punches for the time being and see if they can get their head out of their ass and play some Penn State football for the first time in a little over a month. At least pick up the first win since then. I mean, hell, because you even go back to the Indiana game. A couple of those touchdowns aren't touchdowns. They win that game 3-0. You know, they should have put up 40 on the Hoosiers. They should have put up 50 or 60 on Villanova. And then even back to, of course, picking up a big win week 1 at Wisconsin. Of course, season started out strong, but somehow you start how you finish. And how do they get out of this 3-game skid? Have fun at running game, of course. Have to be more balanced. It was there for the most part a little bit last week. Ohio State, just as they're sort of on the ropes right now at Nebraska. Looks like they'll end up picking up the win, though. You know, of course, just a little bit better than the blue and white. And rightfully so. You know, Ohio State, Michigan State, Michigan, arguably, you know, the top 3 teams in the division right now in the East. Of course, Michigan, Penn State's next opponent, and Michigan State's Maryland's next opponent. Michigan State at Purdue coming up here shortly. We'll turn that game on. And then Michigan hosting Indiana later tonight. Ohio State's on right now at Nebraska. Like I said, it looks like they'll end up picking up a 6-point win against the Cornhuskers. But a Maryland home game, but a Penn State home game. Back with kickoff momentarily. Of course, Nittany Nation, all blue and white, as always, travels well. With Penn State, of course, as well, also having the largest alumni association in the world in the DMV area. Yeah, Mike Loxley's done a good job recruiting that area. As Maryland, you know, not necessarily a little bit of surprise at 5-3 right now, but they're playing some damn good football. And, you know, like I said, don't be shocked this game once again comes down to the wire with Penn State, the way the past couple games have gone. But it's a Penn State home game, plain and simple. It's going to be jam-packed with more Nittany Lion fans and Turt fans, sorry, but truth. Full blue band made the trip. You know, we'll see how hostile Penn State makes it for Maryland inside their own home stadium this afternoon. But, yeah, series-wise, Maryland in general has only beat Penn State 3 overall times in history. And one of them was last year. So, of course, not sitting well right now. Of course, 5-0 and then 9 in a row on a losing and winning streak. And now 3 in a row again. It's once again not so happy right now in Happy Valley. And, you know, with Franklin, seat can get a little higher, yeah, but at the same time, they won't fire his ass. He'll leave on his own. At least I would hope so, if he is going to leave. Because then if you fire him, you got to pay him. He leaves on his own, whoever is buying him out is going to pay you, and then you're hopefully going to use that money to go out and hire your next head coach. So we'll see what the future holds, but, you know, we got a game to play here today. 3.5, 4 hours to come with Penn State and Maryland. A 54-degree afternoon here in the Mid-Atlantic Northeast area of the good old US of A. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions, comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. So we'll see over these next couple hours if Franklin's seat will get any hotter. What a 4-game losing streak, you know. Can recruit, but can't really win the big game. This is a big game for Penn State, no doubt. 2 5-3 teams as Kevon Lee is back deep to receive the opening kick. So Penn State will be on offense first here. Probably a touchback, 1st and 10 from 25, if I'd have to guess. But, yeah, let's go. We're going to be underway here in a second. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. And hopefully Penn State can get back on track and get a W back in the win column for the first time in about a month. On the return from the 2-yard line, Kevon Lee out past the 20 to the 22. So a 20-yard return, be 1st and 10. From there, 5 seconds and 14:55 to play in this opening quarter for the Penn State Nittany Lions at Maryland here this afternoon. So, hey, it's Franklin on the sideline taking on Michael Oxley, a couple former colleagues. Of course, Franklin, former assistant for the Terps before I mentioned, got the Vandy gig and now is at Penn State. But Penn State, hopefully, they'll be ready to play today. On the slant over the middle, incomplete, intended for number 13, Keandre Lambert-Smith. And now 2nd down and 10. So currently, Penn State, Maryland, Auburn, Texas A&M, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, Ohio State going to beat Nebraska. Also, Wake Forest, North Carolina, and then Michigan State, Purdue. And then, as always, coming to halftime, first assessment scores, take a look around the rest of college football as well, so keep an eye out. And on 2nd and 10, screen near side, complete to John Lovett, but it's going to be a loss of 6. So an Austin 3rd and 16 for Penn State here on their opening drive. As crowd still filing in, more so Maryland fans than Penn State fans, but now from the 15, 3rd and 17 officially. Out of the gun, motion man near side from the 15-yard line. Clifford looking to throw. And far side, we'll have a man, and it's going to be dropped incomplete. Intended for number 3, Parker Washington. And a quick 3 and out, not even a minute into the game. And here comes Jordan Stout to punt. So Penn State with 3 and out. Special teams unit, punt unit on. And Penn State will punt. Jesus Christ. Can't even take a minute off the clock to begin the game. Can't even take a minute off the clock to drive during any of these games this year, for God's sake. So, I mean, what the hell should we expect at this point? From the 45, fair catch. Be 1st and 10. Terps from there with Tua Tagovailoa's younger brother and Tulia Tagovailoa, who lit up the Penn State defense this very weekend a year ago. I remember their opening drive as Maryland got out to an early lead, as Ohio State's going to take a knee. Buckeyes defeat the Cornhuskers of Nebraska 26-17, so we'll get on Michigan State Purdue here in a second. But they had a few big plays that set them up shop, and it was touchdown after touchdown after touchdown, and then they capitalized off Penn State turnovers as well, and just too late for the Lions, of course, late in the game to at least try to get back into it, and dropped another one after losing at Indiana and then Ohio State to begin the year last year, and then Maryland, and then Nebraska and Iowa before Thanksgiving, and now here we are a year later, coming up on a couple weeks from there as well, and what do you know, Penn State going to give up another first down to Maryland on 2nd and 4. So, like I said, don't be shocked if Maryland pulls another upset. So they would say, at least, over Penn State. But another complete pass near side. That one for 8, so 2nd down and 2. As Castro Fields, number 5, made the stop out of the pistol. Tulia going to hand off. Nice stiff arm and a first down run before Ellis Brooks and number 1, Jaquan Brisker, make the stop for the Lions. A couple minutes in here. Of course, Penn State with a quick 3 and out, just now tuning in. And, Maryland out past midfield here. 1st and 10 from the 25. Got a good drive going and looking to strike first. Penn State struck first last week at Ohio State. Really the key difference in the loss, of course, with a couple field goals, was that defensive touchdown, that fumble scoop and score last Saturday night, if anybody can recall. And, I mean, yeah, they had a few chances also on offense to put some points up, but they couldn't. And, you know, like I said, really, all 3 losses could be wins, 0-3, 3-0, anywhere in between. Yeah, they probably would have lost, at least one of those, if not 2. They should beat Illinois, not every time, for God's sakes. I mean, hell, Army Air Force went to overtime earlier this afternoon already before the cadets picked up the win. But, really in the end, they did deserve to lose all 3 games because they just couldn't close it out. They have had numerous chances to win and just can't clinch it. So we'll see how today goes, but 3rd down and 3 now for Maryland. Trips near side from the 18, 3rd and 3. That's a hold. Flag on the play. It's coming back. They'll replay it. Actually, no. Decline it. Be 4th down and 3. Decline the penalty. Make a field goal. Yeah, it's going to be a hold on Maryland. That's 10 yards. So replay down, be 3rd and 13. But Penn State declines its 4th down. Make them kick. Decline the penalty. That's not intentional grounding. That's a hold. The flag came in before the pass was thrown. No, that's a hold. Yeah, just decline it. Holding. 10 yards, penalties decline, 4th down, Terps. So here comes field goal unit. Oh, and then they also threw an intentional grounding after. So it's still 4th down. So 4th and long now. See where they spot the ball and see how long this field goal will be for Maryland. But North Carolina, in the meantime, coming back at home against Wake Forest. They lead the undefeated Demon Deacons, who are ranked 10th. In the top 10, number 9 overall in the new college football playoff rankings that were released for the first time this past Tuesday. We'll get into those as well coming at halftime. So a minute and a half to play. Wake Forest with football down 3 on the road in the ACC, 51-48 in a shootout. No defense at all being played in this game. And then once this gets over on ABC, of course, Michigan State, Purdue, that is currently airing right now on ESPNU. Maryland on 4th and 21, right outside field goal range. They end up punting rather than kicking a field goal. Look to me, they downed it inside the 5, but they say touchback, so I'll take it. Touchback on the punt, be 1st and 10, Penn State from the 20-yard line when we return. Tied up at 0s, both teams. Even with Maryland having a good drive going there before that 3rd down and a hold and a potential grounding cost them on the penalty. They punt as well, just Penn State did on an opening quick 3-and-out drive here to begin the game too. So, we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will, as always. But we got the Nittany Lions and Terrapins. See if the Lions can eat some turtle soup tonight for supper. But meantime, crab cakes with the commercial. But no. Right now, Penn State, Maryland, a finish with Wake Forest, North Carolina. As I've had that game on since it started. I had Army Air Force along with, of course, Ohio State, Nebraska, and Ole Miss got the better of their former coach and Hugh Freeze and Liberty. As Lane Kiffin and the Rebs get back in the win column here this afternoon as well. So, yeah, earlier it was Ohio State, Nebraska, Army Air Force, Liberty, and Ole Miss, along with Wake Forest, North Carolina. And between the Demon Deacons and Tar Heels, that game's still on. So, 4th and 10 for WF. And who knows, if they score, we might be thinking WTF just happened. But North Carolina going to try to hold on here. Wake Forest, just look at the football sometime. They got 3 timeouts. But really, here's probably your ball game, to be honest with you. Because they turn it over, Carolina's going to be in field goal range, and then Wake Forest will have to drive if they even do get the ball back and score a touchdown to tie it up and win it that way. But, yeah, so, like I said earlier, it was Ohio State, Nebraska with the Buckeyes winning. Army beat Air Force. Ole Miss beat Liberty. Carolina with a big stop, so Tar Heels. Mac Brown knows it's not over. Yeah, there is a flag on the play. But Carolina here, they're going to look to hold on, it looks like. And then we'll get Michigan State, Purdue on. With Penn State, Maryland, Auburn, A&M, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, and, of course, Michigan State, Purdue, once Wake Forest, Carolina wraps up. Out of the gun, fake the give to Noah Cain. Back to the action from commercial break. 1st and 10, Penn State. And it's going to be intercepted, but was he in bounds when he caught it? They're going to say no, incomplete. 2nd down and 10. So it's a rollout near side, intended for Condre Lambert-Smith. He's got to come to the football. You just can't stand there and wait for the ball to arrive. You got to come to the football. You got to go to it. It's actually dropped on the pick anyway, so incomplete, 2nd and 10. Out of the pistol from the 20, 2nd and 10. Handoff to John Lovett, and he's going to lose another 5 yards in the backfield, so 3rd and 15. Jesus Christ. No run game. No passing game. I get it still early. A lot of football to be played, no doubt about it. Yeah, but defense can't be on the field 55 minutes and try to get you stop after stop after stop and hold it down. Bend but don't break. Eventually they'll break. Go back to the last 3 losses. Big play late. That's why they've lost, among a few other reasons. Slant over the middle on 3rd and 14, incomplete, intended for John Lovett. Another quick 3 and out. 4th down. Penn State on the punt again. Here we go. Got a blocked punt return for a touchdown. As it was 4th and 10 for Wake Forest. There was a flag, remember. 4th and extra long. They punt. Carolina blocks it and returns it for a touchdown. Now I got another flag, which was unsportsmanlike conduct, but it'll be 58-48 here in a second. 4th and 14, we're going to have another goddamn kick-catch interference. Jesus Christ. Already shooting yourselves in the foot. If you can't tell, I'm not really that excited for today's game compared to the last 8 of them here in 2021. Just the way they've been playing, what reason do I have to get excited for watching a Penn State game, other than them, of course, trying to get another win? But my God, like, Jesus Christ, how hard is it to run the football? How hard is it to, open it up a little bit? Yeah, that's a good no call. They pick up the flag. There's no kick-catch interference. And then we got an illegal block in the back on the return against Maryland. 10 yards, 1st down, Terps. And they'll take a TV timeout as well, 10:23 to play in this opening quarter. So, we would have had offsetting penalties if they would have threw the kick-catch interference. They picked that up, and then it's 10 yards from the end of the run for Maryland on the illegal block in the back. So, yeah, I know for the kick-catch interference, it happened, twice against Wisconsin. Those were horseshit calls then. Auburn, they made Penn State punt on 3rd down when they thought it was 4th down. I know over these last 3 weeks, there was a time or two for something you can go their way. Either that was horseshit, but hey, it is what it is. The officials are going to call it as they see it. Hopefully it's a good call. If not, of course, we're going to let them hear it. Just of course don't let the officials take over the game late and let the officiating roll. But unless they pick it up, there's nothing you can do about it. So, unless it's a really bad call, then you really can't complain. But at the same time, if it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't. Let them play. I've said that time and time again throughout the years. It's absolutely ridiculous the way the officiating is this year in the sport of football in general. But I'll digress there. But, even in the 3 losses, once again, Penn State's had their chances late. Just haven't found a way to win. It just sucks that with as good as the Penn State defense is this year, that when they get a stop and the offense gets the ball back, I don't care what the score is, how the game's gone. I mean, that, of course, factors in to an extent, but once the offense gets the ball back, can't take a minute off the clock, can't run the ball. Play calling with Mike Yursich, I mean, my God. Like, how hard is it to play football? How hard is it to run the ball, throw it? Can't take a minute off the clock. I feel so bad for the defense. They have played their hearts out all entire season, especially in these last 3 games and all 3 losses that, of course, you're currently on a 3-game losing streak. But offense gets it back, they can't do jack shit. It's like, it just blows my goddamn fucking mind that they just, I don't know what it is, they just can't play football. At least, in that general aspect to it. JFK was present the last time Maryland won against Penn State in College Park. Yeah, Maryland, well, they won last year. You might want to add that in. But it's been, 50 years, 60 years? The latter of those 2 numbers, yes. So we'll see who picks up the win today. Like I said, both teams have been on 3-game losing streaks, and Penn State's currently on one this season. But Maryland jump-started Indiana last week and held on to win, of course. Got an injured Nick line. That's 54, Derek Tangelo. So both teams sit at 5-3, sort of middle of the pack, playing average at best football, very similar to this point of the season. Of course, record-wise and who they've played and who they still have yet to play. But Tangelo down, injured. Of course, transfer from Duke has played well this season. Looks like he'll be all right. Of course, they lost P.J. Musfer against Iowa for the season. Ellis and Izzard have been playing well. Fred Hansard still in the D-line, but it's been Arnold Ebikete's defensive line this year for Penn State, along with Mustapher, but since he's out, it's switched to 17's D-line more so than not at the DN position, the transfer to Temple. So, Talia on the pass. It'll be 3rd down for Maryland. 3rd and we'll say, where'd they mark it out of bounds at? That's the question. 3rd and 6. Okay, they gave him 4 yards. Out of the gun. Tung Laveau looking to throw. Gets rid of it. Deflected by Daquan Hardy. Almost picked off by Brisker. Incomplete. 4th down and Maryland on to punt again. So here we go. Punt contest. I mean, Jesus Christ. What defense is going to bend, doesn't break, and then who's going to make more big plays late? Maybe a defensive score. Special teams to play a factor today. Finally. First time all season as well. We'll see. No, but it's just as good as this defense is played. Okay, they get Maryland, as Maryland's gotten Penn State on 2 straight 3-and-outs as well. We'll see what this Penn State defense or offense can do now. On the flip side, once we return 1st and 10 after the punt return. So 9:28 to play in the first. Keep that in mind. We'll see if there's more than 8 minutes to play once they give the ball back or not. If I'd have to guess, I'd go all in on that. Because they've had don't get me wrong, love points. Love them to drive and score a touchdown instead of a field goal if they have to, but don't be shocked because it's just how it's been all season long. Defense plays extremely well, get the ball back on offense, can't do anything. Nothing whatsoever. Pathetic. So, 9:28 to play in this first. Just see if, so there's going to be more or less than 8 minutes on this clock once they give the ball back to Maryland. Maybe third time's a charm and get a drive going and score. Strike first as they did last week. This is Penn State's first back-to-back road game since, last year it would have been at Michigan and at Rutgers after Thanksgiving. So, about a year's time, but last year's schedule is, last year's season in general as well, just all over the place, of course, with COVID. Shortened 8-game, then 9-game Big Ten regular season with the Champions weekend that they had. But they've shown, as always, they can win at home. Of course, they still should have beat Illinois 2 weeks ago. Lost in 9 overtimes. Still can't believe that. But then they win at Wisconsin week 1. But then ever since, even with 3 losses, a total of what? 14, 15 points? And those first 2, a total of 5, lose by 9 last week, so you got to do the math. They haven't been able to win on the road. And guess what? They're on the road again today. So, meantime, North Carolina is going to defeat Wake Forest. I don't know what the over was, but it definitely hit. Tar Heels 58. Demon Deacons, they'll lose their first game of the year. Drop out of the top 10. 55. 58-55, North Carolina defeating Wake Forest. Of course, I've heard, Dave Clawson, Dave Doran, Mark Stoops, along with Jeff Halfley from Boston College, pop up for the Penn State gig that opens up. No, just no. Don't even go there. There's no way in hell Penn State will hire them. None. Clawson at Wake Forest, okay, they had a decent season last year and even the year prior. But consistently winning in the ACC this year, it's because Clemson's down. It's going to be Pitt and Wake Forest in the title game in a couple weeks. Unless, of course, something major happens. Clifford looking to throw, going to step up. Out past midfield, deep, has a man, Lambert Smith. First down, Penn State. All right. Take a deep shot here early on. Get a spark. Capitalize off it. Get some rhythm momentum built up. Run the football, and let's get your ass in the end zone and score some points. Okay, they've hit the minute mark of having the football, so a little bit over on that now. Handoff, and Kevon Lee on about a 5, maybe 6 yard run to the 38-yard line. Second down and medium here for Penn State, but no, he wouldn't be a good fit here. Even Dave Doran, Mark Stoops, no way in hell. Bob Stoops, yeah, but he retired, got into it with the XFL. Now he's broadcasting. Second down, Penn State going to go deep, wide open in the end zone, touchdown line. Jahan Dotson from 38 yards out on the passing catch from Sean Clifford, the big red dog. And dogs, any lions, terrapins, cats, turtles, who cares? Penn State, 6-0. Stout on for the extra point. And a good move on the defender who got burnt. Pass a little bit behind, a little underthrown, but able to come back to it and caught it right at the goal line, walked in the end zone for 6. Touchdown, Penn State. So third time, I guess, here this afternoon is a charm. Extra point up and good, 7-0 blue and white, 7:55 to play in this opening quarter. Keep in mind, though, they haven't missed at least one kick in every game this season. So whether it's an extra point or field goal, keep that in mind. Last week, there was one late, 4th down. They kick it, they missed the field goal. If they would have made it onside kick, they're still in the game, but that, of course, didn't happen. Now, that was a good drive. I mean, that was their best drive, of course, so far today. Just got to build off it now and keep moving. Yeah, Dawson, he just beat his man and got open there, and Clifford found him. So they do go, back-to-back on back-to-back plays, going deep. 2 straight completions. Running game's got to get there, though. Because, if you don't have a running game, especially on the road, but home or away, neutral site, I don't care. Especially on the road, though. In the Big Ten, you're in a slump. Got to be able to run the football. Be balanced and consistent. Get out to the lead, okay. But, yeah, have to mix it up. Keep it balanced, and, we'll, of course, see what gives, but, yeah, that's where we're at. All right, so Penn State, Maryland, Auburn A&M, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, now Michigan State, Purdue as well. Tied at 7, 4 minutes and counting to play in the opening quarter between the Spartans. And bang that drum with the Purdue Boilermakers. 2-2. As Michigan State's ranked 3rd. Spartans undefeated. Penn State going to go to East Lansing in a couple weeks, Saturday of Thanksgiving. One game at a time, though. It's one play, one drive, one game at a time, standard to standard. Play Penn State football. Fight on state. We are Penn State as always. Get held to the Lions here early November. But you got to keep it going. You can't, especially after that last touchdown, just on defense now, allow them to tie it up, and then we'll be back and forth, and then it's back to square one. What defense going to benefit some break, and then it's back to, okay, Penn State's defense is out there getting stop after stop, but then the offense gets the ball back. You can't do jack shit, and then they're screwed. No time left, and then they probably lose again. So we'll, of course, as always, let this game play out and have to see what the hell happens. But until then, for the time being, Penn State up 7-0. So I'll take it. They take about a minute and a half off the clock. 133 on a 4-play, 75-yard touchdown drive, 38-yard passing touchdown from Clifford Dawson. And, Penn State strikes first, as it did last week on the road at Ohio State. So, like I said, first back-to-back road game slate here for the Lions since late last year. I'm trying to recall the original schedule from last year, if they were going to have one to begin with or not. I assume so. I mean, when you have 4 straight home games with non-conference and conference games added in to begin the season, whether you begin the season on the road or not, you're going to eventually later on in the year have a couple tough games. No game anymore is a gimme, but you're going to have, just you add a couple straight home games, you're going to have a couple straight away games. And like I said, they've shown they can win at home. Should have beat Illinois, but they didn't. Oh well, it is what it is. They haven't shown me, because even the Wisconsin game, they barely won that. They haven't been able to win on the road. So we'll see that trend continues or not. Hopefully not, but still can't run the football. But they struck first to score a touchdown. So, I mean, they did run it there. Well, it wasn't on back-to-back plays. They threw it deep. Twice in 3 plays. They had a run in between that Lee got him to 38, and then a play later was a touchdown. So just be balanced, consistent. 2nd and 5 for Maryland. Be 3rd down now here. 7.5 to play in this opening quarter. No gain on the play, so 3rd down and 5. But balance and consistency in all 3 aspects. Both sides of football, including special teams. Penn State playing Penn State defense, but it's the offense that have just been slowing them down this year. And turnovers. No stupid turnovers, no stupid penalties. Turnovers and penalties kill you. And as Joey Porter Jr. and Ellis Brooks make the stop, Maryland picks up a 1st down. 1st down and 10 for the Kevin Plank, I believe, lone Under Armour squad in the Big Ten. Well, actually, I take that back. No, Wisconsin's Under Armour now after Adidas. But 1st and 10, Tulia going to go deep, incomplete. 2nd down. Now, Michigan's with the Jordan brand now. And everybody else, for the most part, is still either Nike or Adidas. Yeah, so, and when Wisconsin jumped from Adidas to Under Armour, that was a big deal. Even Michigan leaving Nike to go to Jordan, but the Jordan brand is still Nike. So technically, I guess you could say still the lone Under Armour team in the conference. And a screen near side goes for 11, 1st down and 10 at midfield, and before Brisker makes a stop. So, here we go. I mean, it's what? 2 3-and-outs by both teams. Penn State scores. Now they're going to allow Maryland here to drive again and look to tie it up. And then it's, like I said, just going to be back and forth, and you're back to square one eventually. Ebiketie on the sack, taking down Tulia. And that'll be a loss of about, max of 10. About 5-6 yards. About 8 on loss. Be 2nd and long. 2nd and 18 officially. 8-yard sack by 17. Arnold Ebiketie. Maryland out of the gun, trips top of your screen. Of course, right to left. Penn State with more pressure. Daquan Hardy on a missed tackle on a sack in the backfield. It's coming back, though. There's a hold on Maryland. They'll have a 2nd and 28, 10 yards replay down. Maybe even illegal hands to the face, but Hardy on a safety blitz. Hold, 10 yards, replay it. 2nd and 20, or Penn's going to be climbed. Penn's going to take it down again. 3rd and 18. All right. Smart take it down earlier. I mean, this one could have won either way. They take the down, so decline at 3rd down and 18. Yeah, Hardy couldn't bring him down on a shoelace tackle on a sack. And then Tulia rolled out incomplete anyway, so 3rd down and 18, but the penalty brings it back, so 3rd and 18 from the 42. Motion man, trips once again, top of your screen. So yeah, Maryland right to left across television screen right on our dial. Penn State vice versa, left to right here in this opening quarter. And Ellis Brooks on the tackle after the screen. So 4th down, and Penn State defense hold. They'll force another punt and see if they can build off their last touchdown drive and score some more points here early on. Ellis Brooks and Daquan Hardy again on the stop as 3rd The hurdle was made on the run, and Penn State almost blocks a punt, but no cigar, and Maryland has to punt. And they're going to down it inside the 5 again. No, it's going to roll into the end zone for another touchback. So Penn State's left out now twice on a couple Maryland punts of course, not having to start deep inside their 20, and they start 1st and 10 at the 20 again. So that's another thing, with field position that I've noticed, at least this season, at least the Iowa game on the road. Last week it was average, but when they have good starting field position, for the most part, they get a good drive going. When not, it's 3 and out. Okay, maybe they get a good drive going, but it stalls, and they still have to punt anyway. So, here early, 4:41 to play in this first and 10 now from the 20 after the touchback. Penn State up 7-0, and a battle of 2 5-3 Big Ten East squads. Handoff from Clifford out of the gun to number 21, Noah Kane. And about a yard on the gain, so 2nd down and 9. Yeah, they go over. It's Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, John Lovett. It's been that order all season long for the most part. Devin Ford and Keziah Holmes put on the back burner. And it'll be interesting to see if they, as for the most part, every single game up until last week, because they got things cooking and they were just running with it. You roll with the punches. You roll with what you have going for you rather than against you. Screen, complete to Kane, and 1st down out past 35-37, 1st down Penn State. It's 2 per running back for series to begin the game. It's 2 for Kane, 2 for Lee, and then Levitt gets 1, before the half. But we've seen all 3 running backs here already in this first quarter. So, and we're not even, 3.5 to play. But yeah, now 1st and 10, from the 37, 2 on top, 2 on bottom, and a handoff, and Kane gonna break a tackle on about 8 yards on the run. So 2nd and short, and yeah, all right. Find this running game, run the ball. You already have a 7-0 lead. Of course, hearing noise in the background, just dogs barking. We've got a couple other college football games on right now as well. For anybody just now tuning in, listening. Audio only, live watch, long reactions, college football. Penn State, Maryland, lines up 7-0 here early on. But Auburn, A&M, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, and Michigan State, Purdue also on right now. 2nd and 2, another run up the gut. And Noah Kane, once again, picks up another Penn State 1st down. Move the sticks, 1st down. Let's keep it going. Keep it balanced and keep it consistent. Run to pass, pass to run. Run the damn ball, please, and thank you, though. Penn State has not had a running game all goddamn season long. Sort of had one, what was it, against Auburn? Sort of had one last week as well against Ohio State, but not really. 1st and 10, Clifford once again going to look to throw, near side on the screen, complete to 21. Kane, he's going to break another tackle. So this is going to be the Noah Kane drive, looks like. A 5-yard pickup on the pass, but 2nd down and medium here for the Lions. 2:12 and counting to play in this first, but regardless of who the opponent's been, in general, Penn State has not had a running game all season long. And just as mentioned last week, of course, myself, I'm a Penn State Steelers fan. The Steelers were just on a 3-game losing streak. And now, since they've won 3 in a row and sit at 4-3 before hosting the Bears on Monday night, and be sure to tune in for live watch all our reactions. Then, and be sure to subscribe, hit the red subscribe button, the notification bell next to it as well if you haven't done so already. It's the easy way to stay up to date is on social media. Link subscription, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram right here on YouTube. 2nd and 5, another run by Noah Kane. 5.5, 6, 1st down. Penn State, but yeah, the Steelers started 1-3. Now 4-3 after a 3-game skid. Penn State 5-0 now on a 3-game win streak. Why can't they, along with any other team? Hell, Maryland, they 4-0 and then 3 in a row they lost. They're 5-3 as well. They won at home last week against Indiana. They snapped their 3-game skid. Why can't Penn State? Got to keep it balanced and consistent, though, on offense. Bubble screen complete. Who is that? Lambert Smith? Number 80, Malik Mega. His first catch of the fucking season. So congratulations to him. 3 yards on the pickup, 2nd down and 7. Under a minute to play here. They'll probably get another play, maybe 2 off before the end of the quarter. 2nd and 7. So they're working down the chain here. Depth-wise, at wide receiver, it's always been Dotson, Washington, and Lambert Smith. Screen near side. Nice catch by Kane. He's going to get about a yard. 3rd and 6. Clock's going to continue to roll. So we'll see if they get another snap off here before the end of the quarter. Not, probably not. They'll let it run. So it'll be 3rd and 6. Penn State to begin the second. Up 7-0 at Maryland here, it looks like. But, no, the way Franklin's been able to recruit. And Cam Sullivan-Brown, Daniel George, yeah, they're still there. And we've seen a little bit earlier this season. I believe it was, it had to have been Ball State and Villanova. Hard to believe, hell, we're already in November for college football. And the holidays are right around the corner. I mean, where the hell has the past year and a half gone? But, Mega just picked up a catch there. And then a yard on the run. So, yes, 3rd and 6 now to begin the second quarter, excuse me. Yeah, 3rd down and 6, begin quarter 2. Penn State up 7-0 at Maryland. But then as I look down my depth chart, at least, for what I have for Penn State, and if anybody knows anything different, let me know in the comments below. You got a couple true freshmen in 82 and 85, Liam Clifford and Harrison Wallace, who we have yet to see at all this season. Of course, Liam, the younger brother of Sean Clifford, both from the Cincinnati area, from St. X in OHIO. So they returned home last week, but of course, now 3-game losing streak, trying to snap it. But you also have, I know Winston Eubanks and Norval Black, along with Ben Wilson, played a little bit this year, more so than not between the 3 Eubanks. The transfer from Shippensburg, if I'm not mistaken. Jaden Doughton, number 19, also on the roster. But, I mean, I'm not surprised to see Mega, pick up a 3-yard catch there for his first reception of the season. But at the same time, I sort of am, because it's always been this season, as mentioned just a second ago, for the most part. And I know Cam Sullivan-Brown's caught a few balls this year as well. But it's Clifford, the quarterback, and when he went down, it was Taquan Roberson. Christian Vayu's the 3rd-string true freshman from the Great White North, Canadian crippler himself. And then, of course, recruiting-wise, with James Franklin right now, of course, name up for USC, LSU, among others. If he leaves, he leaves. If he stays, he stays. We'll see what happens. And as mentioned, keep an eye out for a coaching carousel video over the next month or so. Because, I mean, right now there's a few openings. Of course, USC, LSU, Washington State, Texas Tech, hell, TCU just opened up last Sunday with Gary Patterson and the Horned Frogs parting ways, as he was the 2nd longest tenured coach in the country behind Kirk Ferentz at Iowa. So we'll see who, fills those shoes. But, it's been Clifford, the quarterback. You have Drew Lahr coming in. You got BP from York coming in as well. As Penn State still has a top 5 recruiting class, for next year. But, that could all go downhill in a second if the coaching change is made. Like I said, with Franklin, Penn State isn't going to fire him. They just won't give him an extension, but then he's going to have leverage just to leave. And then, like I said, if you fire him, you got to pay him. So don't fire him. 5-game losing streak to begin last year, 9 in a row in the middle of this year, and then now another 3-game losing streak. But you don't fire him because you got to pay him. You allow somebody to buy him out. You use that buyout money to go out and get who the hell you want. And I'll say it now. I know I've said it before, but and I've been saying it for a year for my number 1 candidate for Penn State. So you can go check out recent videos on that, dating back to, I believe it was the Penn State-Nebraska game last year. So go check out that live stream. But maybe even before that, to be honest with you. But that's from what I can recall, the earliest that I know I said this upcoming man's name, who's, the past week or so getting a few looks maybe to come to Penn State. But like I said, if Franklin leaves, he leaves. He stays, he stays. We'll move on. But 3rd and 6 begin the quarter here. Penn State up 7-0. We'll get back into the discussion here in a second. Slant over the middle, complete by Clifford to Dotson. He's going to be about a half yard short, though, 4th and inches. See if they go for it. Of course, Franklin loves to go for it here. First half, home or away. 4th and short. Hell, 4th and 5, if not longer. And most parts never convert. 4th and 1, they're going to go for it. Why the hell not? Just don't. Of course, as always, let this butt yourself in the ass and allow Maryland to capitalize and get back in it. And then maybe this is a spark they need to take over the game at home. Clifford on 4th and 1. Or actually, it was a direct snap on the damn... Why the fuck do they run this play all the damn time? The damn Wildcat Lion formation, direct snap to the tight end, number 44, Tyler Warren, as Dawson was in motion. Of course, 3 tight end set with Strange and Johnson. And then Warren gets a direct snap, and he's stopped at the line of scrimmage, no gain. 4th and 1, turnover on downs. And guess what? Penn State, on a 4th down, they turned it over. Jesus Christ. Play calling. Smart. Be smart about it. Don't be fucking stupid here early. They're going to make the defense go back out there and get another stop for it and then get the ball back on offense. They bring the sticks out, Chang Gang, and turn it on downs. He's short. He's a good half football shy. Yeah, so turnover, 1st and 10 for Maryland. See if they can capitalize off it now. No, but if Franklin were to leave in this order, 1 to 5, because I feel these are the only 5 candidates Penn State should look at. 1 to 5, or we'll go 5 to 1. We'll go 5 to 1. Keep you on the edge of your seat, because then maybe if I get back into this game here, or something impressive happens, or I just get off topic like I always do and just rant about this or that, we'll save number 1 for the end of the game, and hopefully you're still tuned in by that point in time. No, from 5 to 1, as Penn State turns it over, it'd be Joe Moorhead, Bill O'Brien, Matt Campbell, Luke Fickle, and Matt Roll. Penn State needs to, Franklin leaves, bank the Brinks truck up into Charlotte, North Carolina, and bring the prodigal son, Matt Roll, back home. So that's all I'll say about it now. I've said, a few other things about coaching carousel with Penn State, potentially Franklin will leave, or the past couple weeks. You can check out those videos as well. But 9 yards on the first play there, 2nd and 1, 1st down, Maryland here early 2nd quarter. No, but even back to, Mega picking up that catch as Maryland gets a 1st down there. Like I said, it's been Clifford. And then when he went down, it was Taquan Roberson. Near side, complete on a screen, about a 2-yard pickup, 2nd down and 8. And then people were saying, of course, because he went down at Iowa, really, they still had a chance to win that game against Hawkeyes, but they didn't. They lost by 3 because they gave a big play late. Bye week. Clifford still, and, I might get some flack for this, but I said it last week, he still gave them the best chance to win against the Fighting Illini, rather than starting Taquan Roberson or Christian Veilleux. Tulia going to go deep, near side, has a man, and it's dropped. Sort of busted coverage there by Penn State, but hit the receiver right in the hands, and he dropped it, incomplete. As number 1, Fleming, yeah, that's a catch. You got to catch that, dude. Jair Brown on the coverage, incomplete. It'll be 3rd down for Maryland. 3rd and 8 from the, 45, 46 yard line, looks like? Yeah, okay. 2 minutes in, 2nd quarter, 7-0. Play clock winding down. They get it off. That's a hold. Tulia over. That's another drop. You got to catch that. Come on, dude. That's just, I don't know how the hell. Yeah, it's 2 straight drops. Exactly. Penn State lucked out. So they go for it on 4th down. Maryland right now, honestly, probably, should be in field goal range. Probably, of course, not having already scored a touchdown. Close to it, but no, 2 straight drops. They're going to have to punt. So Penn State's going to get the ball back and, yeah, just quit going. They always go for it, at least. From what I've seen, once in the first half of every game, they play if they have the opportunity to go for it on 4th and short. And for the most part, it never works out. So quit fucking going for it and quit fucking running the damn Lion Wildcat formation with the damn tight end. So fair catch inside the 20 for Penn State. They're still up 7-0 here, early second quarter, 12:58 to play at Maryland. Lions 7, Terps 0. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Link in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Maryland. Chat questions, comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. First half stats and scores. Take a look around our college football as well. Coming at halftime, so stay tuned. But back to this roster talk with the depth chart. And then back to the game in a minute. Yeah, Clifford gave them the best chance to win against Illinois. They still lost. Of course, game 1-9 overtime's first ever in college football history. A win's a win, a loss is a loss, and now 3 straight losses. It's, not so happy right now in Happy Valley. But like I said, how much worse could you get? Because they started 0-5 for the first time ever last year with the COVID shortened season. But they found a way to win 4 in a row, 5 in a row this year, and then now on 3-game losing streak against 5-3 against 5-3 with Penn State and Maryland. No, but you had a few other quarterbacks on the roster the past couple of years that Franklin's recruited. Micah Bowens, Michael Johnson Jr. since transferred along with a few other players. Penn State did a damn good job. First time in quite a while this past offseason, bringing in as many transfers as they did. But for the most part, more so not on the defense side of the ball up front with Ebiketie and Tangelo and DT, number 54, from Duke, of course, went down with injury a little bit ago. I don't know if he's since re-entered the game or not. But no, the way this Penn State defense is played, and the offense gets the ball back and can't do jack shit, it's just pathetic. I feel so bad for him. Like I said, playing the hard side all season long. No running game. Of course, they strike first again. Clifford on a couple deep balls and hits Dawson in the end zone for a touchdown. But got to find a running game here to get the ball back. But really, would they have given Penn State a chance to win if they would have played? But hell, they're not even starting where they transferred to. So, that has to speak for something to an extent. That no, probably not is your answer. But you play with who you have. That's another discussion right now, too, that with the recruiting, like if Franklin would leave, I'm sure there's going to be a few players, few recruits, if you will, come out of high school or go to college football and then, try to play their best to get to the league. Yeah, they'll decommit, they'll go elsewhere, But whoever comes in, they're going to recruit their players that they want to play, football for whatever respective team it is. Hence, Penn State here. You play with who you have. You play with who commits, wants to play. You want to go elsewhere and play, so be it. More power to you. Okay? Just, hopefully we don't cross paths, again. But, good luck. Wish you the best, but at the same time, no, we don't. So, it's like the transfer portal thing's hot right now. Of course, recruiting's hotter than ever. No, but it's still, you worry about the future when you get there. In the present right now, Penn State on a 5-yard pass, 2nd down and 5 from the 19. So, yeah, it's one play, one drive, one game at a time. They need to get out of this 3-game losing streak. Then we'll talk more, of what the future could hold, potentially look like, then. Whenever then will be, Like, it's all hypothetical, of course, until it happens. So, 3rd down and 5 after an incompletion. Or after a stuff, No gain on the play on the run. Clifford looking to throw. And he gets rid of it. Complete to number 5, Jahan Dotson. Gets to the 32, 1st down, 10, Penn State. So, just keep it moving. Now get the run game going. back and forth, run, pass, pass, run, balance, consistency. Maybe take a deep shot again. Keep throwing your jabs, and then go for the knockout punch. Near side, complete for about 10 yards. Once again, at number 5, Jahan Dotson. First down for the Nitwits, but we got a flag on the play with 11:37 to play in this first half. What's the yellow flag for? What is the dirty laundry?
11 receptions last week against Ohio State.
Zebras huddle. What do we got, John O'Neill? Illegal substitution on Maryland. 5 yards. First down, Penn State. So we'll tack it on to the end of the run. Well, they have 12 on defense. Yeah. Guy was still lined up on the D line before decided, oh shit, I shouldn't be out here. And then he started running off, and Penn State already snapped it. So a flag comes in. Michael Loxley trying to get an explanation, but yeah. Michigan State with a missed field goal. They trail at Purdue 14-7. Of course, the Maryland students, just as the Rutgers and, well, among a few other schools in the Big Ten that I won't name, but, yeah, with the fuck Penn State chance. But as I've said before, I guess that's what you get for doing everything the right way for years and years and being at the top, and then when you're down and you can't get up, or even if you are trying to get up, everybody tries to hold you down. 3rd down and 8 with 10:46 to play in this first half. So Clifford went down on a sack there. Pass over the middle, complete. First down. Complete to number 5. Guess who? Clifford's favorite target, Jahan Dotson. There's more than just him on this offense, for God's sakes. Go to the damn tight ends. Go to Brenton Strange. Go to Theo Johnson. Run the football. Play good defense. Rely on your special teams. And you're 95% of the time going to win. Believe me, I know it fucking works. First down and 10.
5 catches, 77 yards now for Dotson.
Out of the gun from what, the 46 again. Roll out far side. Clifford has a man. Hey, if it's working in your favor, they can't stop it. Why not keep throwing it? You know, you run play after play after play until they stop it. And right now, Maryland cannot stop the pass. That complete to, and then dropped actually by number 3, Parker Washington, as he fell out of bounds. 2nd down and 10, but yeah. They're looking not bad. They're all right on offense right now, but still, the fact of the matter is, just be playing so much better if, and that's a delay of game. The officials don't even notice it. Now they do. They're going to give Penn State timeout. Now they say delay of game 10 minutes after the clock expired. Jesus Christ. Stupid penalties, turnovers, they kill you. I don't care if it's delay of game, hold, chop block, pass interference, sideline warning, the list goes on and on and on. Targeting, taunting, Jesus Christ, change that damn rule. Penalties kill you. You'll be the best team ever. Have a penalty cost you late, and that's why you lose. 2nd and 15 here, 10-10 to play in the first half. Penn State 7-0. Clifford going to roll out, going to go deep down the field again, overthrows. Guess who? Jahan Dotson. Jesus Christ, there's more than number 5 on this fucking offense. They're on the damn ball. Not now, not on 3rd and 15. Been a good idea to run a draw on 2nd and 15, then throw it on 3rd down, but no. You go deep on 3rd and 15, it's pass, pass, pass. Yeah, I know what I just said, but still at the same time, like, they're starting to stop it now. When they weren't stopping it, okay, run it. That's why you got to mix it up, keep it balanced. Don't beat a dead horse. 3rd and 15, Clifford drops his, as we got a trip to top of your screen from the 41. Dropped his mouthpiece. Slant over the middle, complete. First down in lines. 84 Theo Johnson. And we're going to move the 6 again. All right. Now run the ball. Run the ball. Maybe get the screen game going. I mean, you can take another deep shot in the end zone, but they'll probably stop you. Just don't turn. I have a feeling they're going to turn the ball over here in a second. I don't know why. I just smell a turnover coming for Penn State on offense, giving it back to Maryland. As good as this drive's going, I don't want to jinx them by any means. And, you know, you can say all you want in the comments. Oh, you said this, you said that, and you cost them. I just have a feeling they're going to turn the ball over. Clifford throws it away, out of bounds, incomplete. Second down and 10. Because for the most part, as always, just as they get, you know, something good going, there's always something that is just going to cost them, have them start at 0 again. Out of the pistol from the 42. Fake the give, and then a screen near side incomplete to Kevon Lee. All right, so you get the first down. And then back-to-back play calls that absolutely stunk. And now you got a 3rd and 10 again. Do they not work on clock management? Over the past month, I don't think they have. Honestly, I don't. You know, Franklin's down there on the sideline, press conference. Arms crossed. It starts with me. Yeah, no shit, jackass. 3rd and 10 from the 42. That's why you're the head coach. You're supposed to coach. As coaches coach and players play. Clifford, 3rd and 10. Jesus Christ, now you're going to have to fucking punt. So they do turn it over, but it's going to be on a punt, not on an actual turnover. But turnover's still a damn turnover. And Maryland, credit where credit's due, playing good on defense right there. Able to stop. Penn State, after the lines, had a good drive going there. You know, sort of similar to, don't tell me they're going to go for it on 4. Why the, no, okay. Stout is out the punt. Looked like there for a second, they're going to stay out on offense and go for it. Now, why the fuck you'd be punting on 4th and 10? Or I don't know why the fuck you'd be going for it 4th and 10, excuse me. You punt. You pin them deep. Hey, round of applause. Thank you. From the 6-yard line. They down it. 1st and 10. Maryland from there. As, yeah, these Terps are trying to come out of hibernation. So, commercial break. I think the whole world should relax. RELAX. Just like Aaron Rodgers said in 2014 and also yesterday. For the second time this week on the Pat McAfee Show. Be sure to go check out that video as well. That's exactly how I feel. As this cancel culture shit needs to fucking stop. It's absolutely pathetic. I don't care political-wise what side of the fence you're on. I don't think really anybody does. Okay? But just, it's just, I'm not even going to get into that, because I'll probably end up saying something I'll regret. Even though I have no regrets. But, no, yeah, just, what the hell in general. I'll close this little topic off with, you know, seriously, what the hell has this world come to? Especially here in the States. So everybody's lost their goddamn fucking mind, and just, can't we get back to living life normally as it was pre-COVID? You know? Care who you root for, who you like. Blah, 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 you know? That list is a couple thousand miles long. But, yeah. Believe me, yeah. I probably should relax a little bit. It's still early. Still a lot of football to be played, but it's just frustrating. It's been like this the past month. They haven't won since October the 2nd, for God's sakes. It's November the 6th. 3-game losing streak plus a bye week. Can't find a way to win. So, yeah, it's been a crazy, wild week in sports as well. With this time of the year being, in my opinion, the best time of year, one, because it's football season. But then you have every sport on at once. Of course, baseball just wrapped up the other day with the Braves winning the World Series over the Astros. So congratulations to them. As the NL, picks up the W. But, it's also basketball and hockey season. Football's in full swing with college and the NFL. NFL action tomorrow. Have live watch-along reactions of Packers-Chiefs, so be sure to tune in. Live right here on the channel. And also Monday night for Monday Night Football, WWE Monday Night Raw, as the Pittsburgh Steelers will host the Chicago Bears. Be sure to subscribe. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well, so stay up to date. Back from break. Penn State down Maryland inside the 20. It'll be second down. Here 8:40 and counting to play in this first half. From the 16. Tulia pass complete near side. And nice stiff arm, and Maryland with enough, it looks like, for another first down. They're going to mark him short. He might be short. He might be just about a half yard short. He might be short in Maryland. Yeah, they're going to have a third and short. Once again, third and inches, 3rd and 1 officially. I know I said that how many times, but do they have enough for first down there on a sneak? They're going to give him the first down. He has the football. He's walking. That's a first down. That's enough for first down. I didn't need to break sticks out for that. First down on a sneak. Maryland going to move it. Once again, 1st and 10 after a quarterback sneak here. 8.5 to play in the second. But, Penn State pinned them deep. Screen. Nice block. And then all you have to do is keep it simple. Short pass, short run. Eventually you'll break something. Like, arguably, as Tulia is going to hand off again, Brandon Smith and Tarburton on the stop. Penn State got lucky on their touchdown drive. They had a good drive going there last before punting. Maryland had a good drive going early before they had to punt. It's a punt contest. It's still a defense showdown. Penn State's a road favorite. I don't know if they'll cover. I don't really care if they cover. I just want a W. Just don't give me a heart attack by the other night. So Penn State defense, okay, they hold again. 4th down. As Ebikadi along with Smith make the stop. Maryland going to go for it. 4th and 3. No, they'll punt as well from the 30. Be stupid to go for it. And on the return, fair catch from the 35 for the blue and white. So that's where Penn State will begin here. 3 timeouts, 6:40 to play in the first half. Up 7-0. At Maryland with 2 5-3 teams in the Big Ten East. So this will be technically for 4th place, as both teams are currently tied for 4th place. But once again, the schedule ain't going to be getting any easier for Penn State moving ahead. Rutgers in 2 weeks' time. Okay, that should be give me, but I think everybody thought the same thing against Illinois, and look how that went. It's Michigan, Rutgers at Michigan State next couple weeks, close to the regular season. And if Penn State wins today, it gets 6 wins. Bowl eligible for the first time in 2 years. Of course, last year started on 5, 4 in a row, finished at 4 and 5. Everybody was eligible for a bowl game last year. They declined. I don't count 2020 in general, so I'm not even going to go there. But no, Penn State can get the bowl game. Finish 7 and 5, probably losing to Michigan State. I hope for wins, but the way everything's gone and the way those two teams are playing, the way that game went last week between Wolverines and Spartans. But Michigan State right now on the road on the ropes against Purdue, who beat Iowa and Nebraska both on the road this year, over the past month or so. Penn State could pick up a few more wins, but I doubt it. Finish 7-5. That's a good season the way things have gone, but it's still disappointing. And then, the talk arises of, is Franklin going to leave or is he going to stay? And then if he does leave, who do they hire? I've been over that a few times, so I'm not even rather now. But, no, yeah. Still early. A lot of football to be played.
New card members get a dollar-for-dollar match at the end of their first year.
They just, it blows my mind as good as they can play on defense, but the offense doesn't do anything. And like I said, that touchdown drive, they, looking back on it now, sort of got lucky. A couple big passes. They mixed it up. They had a run in between those two passes and the touchdown. But the way the defense has played all season long, bend but don't break. Holding it down, and then the offense gets the ball back, can't move it whatsoever, can't take any time off the clock, nothing. And, they wonder then at that point why the defense is tired, and because they're out there all fucking game, and they do give a big play, which they have, and they've lost 3 in a row. So, just hopefully they can get a running game going. Start there. I mean, it's still early, yeah, it's 7-0. But all Maryland's going to need is a couple plays, a spark, some rhythm, drive and score. Get back in this game, But at the same time, and once again, I know it's still early, but if Penn State can extend this lead and pedal the metal, don't throw off the gas pedal until there's triple zeros on the clock at the end of the game. I'm not calling for a shutout right now, but at the same time, Maryland's not looking that good on offense either. I mean, Penn State really isn't, but there's a run, okay? There's Noah Kane for 9 yards, second and short. Yeah, it's been the Noah Kane game here. He's broken some tackles, a couple first down runs for him. I mean, hell, John Lovett was in there 2 plays and lost total 10 yards. Kevon Lee, yeah, average at best, but yeah, run who saw it. Run to pass to run the ball. Just run the ball, please. 2nd and 1, they do 3 yards on the run, first down. And with 6 minutes and counting now, 3 timeouts before halftime, if you can get a good drive going, run the clock, run the ball, score some more points, yeah, you'll have to kick to begin the second half. Maryland will receive. Penn State received to begin the game. For the most part, you're going to be sitting pretty with as, bad as both these offenses played. Penn State lucky on the touchdown drive, looking back on it now, I think. It's been a defense showdown. It has. Punt contest. So what defense late in the game is going to bend, doesn't break? Clifford was going to go deep, pump faked, and then he loves taking sacks for some reason. Just absolutely loves taking sacks. You cannot take a sack, 14. Throw the damn ball away. The pump fake, yeah, okay. Throw it there. Just throw it deep and throw it out of bounds. Because if he's not there, and then pressure's coming as the pocket closes, and nobody's going to be open, you're going to go down the sack. Well, then don't take the sack. Get the hell rid of the football. 2nd and 11, and about a 4-yard run for Kane, so 3rd and 7 here. We got a 7-0 Penn State lead at Maryland. Auburn A&M tied at 3. Oklahoma State leads West Virginia in the Big 12, 10-3. And also in the Big 10, Michigan State trails at Purdue 14-7. Michigan State, I feel, yeah, they're going to lose a few games here by the end of the year. I still don't think Mel Tucker's the right guy for the job. I don't. And if he leaves for LSU, so be it. They're going to fill a gap as well. Keep an eye out for Pat Narduzzi, as mentioned before. 3rd and 7, pass complete. Parker Washington breaks a tackle. He's going to get a first down somehow, some way. All right. 8 yards on the reception after about a 4-yard catch. Should have been tackled right then and there. Broke it, stumbled, almost walked out of bounds, and then stayed in bounds and got a first down for Penn State. Nice play by number 3, Parker Washington from the Lone Star State of Texas. So 1st and 10 from the 43. Theo, 86, Brenton Strange in motion as Theo Johnson lined up on the line at tight end. And Noah Kane on a yard run. 2nd and 9. Purdue with another touchdown. They extend their lead. Now 20, pending the extra point. 21-7 against the Sparties. But it'll be interesting to see how this season finishes for everyone that's involved. But it's always a domino effect for the coaching carousel. 2nd and 9. Clifford going to go deep near side. Has a man. Oh, right through the hands of Parker Washington. Complete. 3rd down and 9. 3:09 to play in this second quarter. Probably should have ran it there. The deep ball really hasn't been there on the sides, but it's been there. The middle's been open all game. Just work the sticks. 3rd and 9, get 10 yards on a pass over the middle. Maybe go to your tight ends here. They're going to go empty. And then Kane going to motion back into the backfield. Play clock winding down. They barely get it off. Clifford going to roll out near side. Looking to throw. Deep. And I don't know who the hell he was throwing to. They were running across her, and nobody really wasn't there. Should have held it for another second. Had Parker Washington wide open over the middle. 4th and 9, 3 or 4 to play. Gonna have to settle for a field goal, it looks like. Where are they at on the field? What yard marker are they? They're gonna punt from the 42 again. Yeah, okay. They can't get any further than the 40-yard line. Stout on another punt, waiting to kick it, allowing the coverage unit to get down, and it's fair caught at the 14-yard line. So 1st and 10, Maryland from there with 2:56 to play in the first half. 7-0 Penn State. No, but yeah, it's, as just mentioned, going to be interesting to see how this season plays out. All these domino effects of coaching carousel. So for Penn State,
There's a place that has it. So he used his phone.
do what you got to do
Minutes later,
to get back in the win column.
they gave him the location. Pull in,
One thing at a time.
they drop it in.
Don't look too far ahead.
Zero
Don't.
no questions asked.
With as tough the schedule is, and I mean, sort of knew this at the beginning of the season, and that they were going to have a good chance to be where they at going to Iowa, and they were. But then they haven't just been able to rebound since. Even, okay, they lose at Iowa and lose at Ohio State, for the most part, probably is not planned, but thought. Especially against the Buckeyes last week. But this should be a win. 2 weeks should be a win. Even a couple weeks from now should be a win, the way Michigan State's playing right now. But just keep your eye on the prize. Keep trucking. Of course, like I said, do what you got to do to win. But there's only so much you can do. Of course, coaching, playing, us rooting on the team. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. But I don't really know where the hell I was going with that. But it's just been frustrating, and back to the touchdown, and they punt again. Still very lucky, in my opinion, to have a 7-0 lead on the road right now. Because other than that, I mean, okay, both teams have had a couple good drives now, but they've stalled. And then all the other ones, other than the Penn State touchdown drive, nowhere to go. So it's going to come down to what defense is going to bend but doesn't break. So, like I said, yeah, I'll leave it at that for the time being. See if Penn State, of course, here, 3 timeouts under 3 to play on defense, can potentially get the ball back to try to drive and score, get some more points on the board before halftime. Maybe even get a turnover. Pass over the middle, and they're dropped by Maryland. And it'll be incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Nice coverage there by number 23, Curtis Jacobs. Good to see number 36, Uriah Fisher, out on the field as well. There's 54, Derek Tangelo. He is back out on the field. He's the lone injury for Penn State here this afternoon. Penn State bringing some pressure. Pass complete near side. And 5, Castro Fields on the stop after a pick of 11. First down, Terps. They also have 3 timeouts. They're also 5-3, just as Penn State is. But right now, 3 timeouts, 2:38 and counting to play. See if they can drive and get on the board for the first time this afternoon, and then get the ball back to begin the second half, and maybe they got something cooking in the second half, and playing at home, maybe make it tough on Penn State to get back in this game. Really the advantage is in Maryland's court. It is. These 2 teams are only separated by a couple hundred miles or so. And yeah, it's the DMV. Both teams have been able to recruit the area. But Tully on another pass, Porter Jr. and Brandon Smith on the stop, and their first down for Maryland. See, they're chipping away at it. They're moving the ball, moving sticks, another first down. Just, yeah, Penn State on defense right now getting beat. I mean, it's a rivalry, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it's not. It just depends on who you ask. Maryland fans would say yes. Penn State, and myself included, no. So 1st and 10, Maryland from the 26. Slant over the middle, first down. They got a 1st and goal now. And now Joey Porter Jr. taking a knee as if he's injured. And now here come the boos from the crowd. You never want to boo an injury. Iowa, Ohio State, Maryland, Wisconsin. Of course, the 4 road games Penn State's play this year. Anywhere in high school, anywhere in college, anywhere in the NFL. Any level of football, you never want to boo an injury. Because you never know, seriously, if the player is actually injured or not. I can understand, trying to stall, try to give your offense or defense, more so than not defense, some time to, readjust, stop the momentum. But Joey Porter Jr. lost his contact. He can't see. So that's why he's down. Okay. So they're going to put a contact in for him. Of course, Joey Porter Jr., the son of the Steeler, great himself, number 55, Joey Porter, now senior. They put a left contact in number 9's eye. He's going to have to come out for a play, but then he'll be back out there. Yeah. That's a first. For an injury, at least. Contact coming out, and then they have to put a new contact in for him. Literally on the field for an injury timeout, and then he comes out here. He'll be back out there. Just a matter of when. 1st and 10, Maryland actually from the 12. So they got 8 shots to punch us in to tie it up at 7 before halftime. See if Penn State on defense here can hold. Maybe force a field goal. Tuli out of the gun. Pass. That's pass interference. They're going to throw it. Yeah, I'm on number 2, Keaton Ellis. I'm not shocked. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. If he would have turned around, they wouldn't have thrown it. He never turned around, and he ran into him late. That's the penalty. It would have been a good no call if he didn't even touch him, but he did, run into him there late. That's a good call. 1st and goal now. Jesus Christ. So now 1st and goal, Maryland, 1:20 to play in this first half, trying to tie this game up at 7. They'll also get the ball to begin the second half. Under center, out of the eye, they're going to hand off. And Maryland scores. Touchdown, Terps. That's a touchdown, if I've ever seen one. Extra point away from tie ball game here, 1:15 to play. Okay, Penn State, 1:15, 3 timeouts, get a good drive going, get in field goal range, got to settle. Let's score some more points before halftime. You got time, you got timeouts, you got the sideline. Play calling's got to be there. You got to run the ball as well. Run to pass, pass to run. So we'll see if we're going to be tied at 7 at halftime, or maybe he misses the extra point here. Maybe somebody scores again before halftime, and then we'll see what happens really second half into the 3rd and 4th and final quarter play. Here's the extra point. Kick is no good. He missed it. He missed it. Kick is no good. No good. It's 7-6 Penn State. They hold. They give up a touchdown, but they force a missed kick on the extra point. Now, he completely just shanked that wide right. So no good. 7-6. We got Auburn A&M at halftime. We got Oklahoma State, West Virginia at halftime. Michigan State, Purdue, as the Spartans just scored to cut it to 7. Maryland just scored to cut it to 1 because of the missed kick. Both these games are about to hit halftime as well. And as always, coming to halftime, first half stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football as well, so stay tuned. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.
His coaching career has taken a lot of turns, and there's Coach Zook, who's standing right next to him, that gave him his first opportunity to really call plays, cut his teeth at the University of Illinois. And he just seems really comfortable in his own skin now, and what they want to be and what they want to do at the University of Maryland. I think he's going to have a long, successful tenure here.
Talking about Ron Zook, went down to work with Zook at Florida, followed him to Illinois, and such a huge score for Maryland because they will get the ball to start the second half. So 1:15 now for Penn State to answer the call and add to this 1-point lead before halftime. There's a look at Coach Zook there.
The old Zooker, what a recruiter. A lot of exuberance, a lot of experience on this coaching staff, and that also shows you how mature Loxley is at this point in his career. A lot of very strong voices, not an intimidating thing. He's got a great staff, and they're developing players.
Here's Lovett. Out
First and 10, Penn State from the 25. Here's John Lovett for his one series before halftime. And he gets 5 yards on the run. Second down and 5 under a minute to play. It doesn't seem to me like they're in any hurry. Trips near side. You just don't want to turn the ball over in a situation like this either. So they're going to run it again. Lovett, another 5 yards, first down. Call timeout, 45 seconds. Timeout. They're going to let the clock roll. Call a damn timeout. Stop the damn clock. From the 35, Clifford out of the gun, looking to throw now. Now he's going to go deep far side. I don't know who the hell he's throwing to there. Out of bounds, incomplete. Second down and 10. So the clock does stop with incompletion. So about 3 timeouts, 34 seconds, up a point, 7-6 here. And it's near halftime, second down and 10 for Penn State.
So many dangerous players on the edge. Obviously, Dotson, the first one you're worried about. Coach Franklin's got a lot of options with a little time left on the clock and 3 timeouts.
Clifford started slow, then went for 11 straight.
From the 35, out of the gun, trips near side, handoff. John Lovett, another 5, maybe 6-yard run for him. The transfer from Baylor, who, of course, grew up in New Jersey, committed to Matt Roll at Baylor. Wouldn't it be something if Matt Roll did get the Penn State job and reunited with a former player he recruited, coached at Baylor before he transferred? They run it again, 3rd and 4. Call timeout, 3 seconds. Throw a damn Hail Mary from 48. You've had a couple chances here to call a couple timeouts to move the football to get in field goal range. Now you got 3 seconds and got to throw a Hail Mary. Jesus Christ, why aren't you in any sort of a hurry to move the football? You're also not going to get the ball to begin the second half, so this is a wasted drive after you go up a touchdown. With as good as it's been, come on. Throw a damn Hail Mary. That's all you can do now. Throw it deep. Run something over the middle, hook and ladder, and go from there.
That is a little interesting, I guess you could say, that they're going to take a timeout here after seeming to let the clock run down.
Either run the clock or go for it. You know, it seems like they're kind of half-stepping on what they want to do here. We're trying to feel it out.
Good way to put it, Petros.
And they're going to take a knee. And the boos come in for Penn State to close out the first half on the road in a Penn State home game at Maryland, leading 7-6. 7-6 is your halftime score with the Nittany Lions and Terrapins in this 5-3 versus 5-3 Big Ten East battle with the blue and white and black, yellow, and red. Just south of the Mason-Dixon line, it is Penn State leading at Maryland here at halftime, 7-6. First half stats and scores. Sean Clifford is 14-26 for 155 yards passing and a touchdown. That to Jahan Dotson from 38 yards out. Tulia Tungalovoa is 17-23 for 149 yards passing. So both quarterbacks, for the most part, pretty evenly matched up right now. Penn State, at least they have a running game. Noah Kane, 8 carries, 33 yards rushing. Needs to be a little bit better, though. Whereas John Lovett has 5 carries, 19 yards rushing. Kevon Lee, 2 for 7. So as a team, Penn State, 20 carries, 49 yards rushing. Maryland, on the flip side, Fleet Davis, 3 for 14. Fa'amadu, 5 for 5. Penny Boone, 1 for 2. And Tulia Tungalovoa in the negative, as both these quarterbacks have been sacked also a few times here this afternoon. Receiving-wise, Jahan Dotson, 5 for 77 for a touchdown. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 1 for 30. Noah Kane, 3 for 22. Theo Johnson, 1 for 17. Parker Washington, a catch for 8 yards. He's had a quiet first half. Need to get him more involved, along with the tight ends, and of course, as always, find a running game. Malik Mega has a catch for a couple yards as well. John Lovett a couple catches too, and then Maryland receiving Carlos Correa 2 for 23, Fleet Davis 2 for 7, Okongwo 5 for 38, Jarrett 2 for 18, Dyches 1 for 11, Felton 2 for 34, Fleming 2 for 11, and Fa'amadu also has a catch for 7 yards out of the backfield as well. So, your first half score. And thank you for everybody who is currently tuned in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Penn State leads it 7-6 at the half at Maryland. Also, currently in college football, as all 4 current games I'm currently watching are at halftime. Penn State, Maryland, Auburn, Texas A&M, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, and Michigan State, Purdue. All games, all 4 of them, at the half. Currently in college football, we'll also preview next week here in a second as well. Also the half, Cincinnati leads Tulsa 14-12. Notre Dame 17-3 over Navy. 14-13 Baylor leading the Gary Patterson-less TCU Horned Frogs. BYU 42-7 at home from the mountains of Provo, Utah, leading Idaho State 42-7. Wisconsin 31-3 at Rutgers. All these games are at halftime right now. How the hell is that possible? Normally there's at least a game or two still on here, quarter after 5 for a 3:30 kick. But it's the way today has, in fact, gone. We'll also recap some final scores from earlier. Stay tuned. But Charlotte 14-7 leading Rice. So we got some highlights with these halftime reports right now on FS1, CBS, ESPN, and ABC, respectively. Middle Tennessee State and Western Kentucky, the Hilltoppers lead 31-14. Rhode Island 21-16 over UMass. Troy 31-14 over South Alabama. Wyoming 17-10 over Colorado State. And then, the 4 games I'm currently watching, yes. Penn State 7-6 at halftime over Maryland. Auburn and Texas A&M tied at 3 at the half. Oklahoma State 10-3 at West Virginia. And Purdue leads Michigan State 21-14 at halftime as well. Some games, at least in the third quarter, because they kicked off a little bit sooner. North Texas 21-14 leading Southern Miss on the road. East Carolina is shutting out Temple at home 35-0. Texas State 20-19 over Louisiana Monroe. Cal and Arizona 0-0 midway through the third quarter. Talk about defensive showdown. No points have in fact been scored. 0 with the Bears apiece and the Wildcats. What else we got? Some games that just actually kicked off a little bit ago, nearing halftime. The Hogs lead the Dogs 13-0. Arkansas leading Mississippi State. NC State leading Florida State 14-0. New Mexico State 10-7 over Utah State. And Central Florida 7-0 over Tulane. Earlier today, Army defeated Air Force from a neutral site on CBS for an 11:30 a.m. kick earlier today as they played in the Big D, Dallas, Texas, and Arlington at a baseball stadium, home of the Texas Raiders, the Globe Life Field, Globe Life Park, as the Rangers hosted the World Series last year. Of course, weren't even in the playoffs, though, but that was what baseball did. Baseball now over with the Braves winning the World Series the other day. Baseball and basketball underway, as mentioned. Football season's in full swing. Crazy wild week in sports, with injuries, with death, with COVID once again, people losing their jobs. It's been very chaotic, to say the least. A lot of injuries in the NFL. Of course, Henry Ruggs situation, Aaron Rodgers and COVID, which bunch of bullshit. WWE on Thursday releasing more talent. Now here we are on the weekend for college football and the NFL again. Among a few other things that also happened this past week in sports. And we'll dive more into those, of course, when the time's right. But, of course, thoughts and prayers to the family of the victim in the Henry Ruggs car crash and her dog that were killed in that 3:30 a.m. car accident Monday night, Tuesday morning in Vegas. Of course, he's been charged with DUI resulting in death. Faces of max penalty with a gun charge now on top of it, as he had a loaded gun in the car during the accident, of anywhere from 2 to 20 years in state prison. With the gun charge going to be tacked onto that as well. And then also being, of course, released from the Raiders. His football career, for the most part, probably going to be done unless he gets off. We'll see. There's been a few other situations like this before, and the players have returned to play afterwards. But even at 22 years old, if he does a max of 20 years, his career's done. And he's only in his second year. And it's a shame of what happened. Somebody died from a car wreck again. From a drunken driver, I might add, as well. But, there was that. It seemed like Monday, there was at least one new big news sports story every day of the week this past week. Monday was all the NFL injuries. Derrick Henry's done for a little while. They signed Adrian Peterson. Jameis Winston injured, done for the season. Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, I doubt it. But, you had all the injuries in the NFL on Monday. You had the Henry Ruggs stuff come out Tuesday, about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon here on the East Coast. Wednesday, it was Aaron Rodgers. They said he tested positive for COVID. It's like, that's the thing with COVID. It's shot or no shot, you can still get it. So, obviously the vaccine isn't doing its job. And as mentioned, I agree with everything Rodgers said yesterday. Myself, personally, I'm unvaccinated. I have not received the shot yet. It's like, okay, yeah, I've had people tell me that just get it and, do more good than harm. But knock on wood, I don't want to jinx myself by any means, but I haven't been sick at all the past year and a half. You always get a flu shot, you always get sick. All COVID is a damn fucking flu anyway. And, you get a COVID shot, well, you might get sick with COVID. It's like, it turned all political when it, as Roger said yesterday, it's supposed to be for medicine. It's health. But I'll digress there. But yeah, there was all that shit on Wednesday. Of course, he was on McAfee Tuesday for Aaron Rodgers Tuesdays. Aaron Rodgers Book Club as well. Be sure to go read all the number book on 8, 9, something like that. As many weeks as there's been in the NFL season, so about 9. Next week will be 10. I really wasn't surprised to see him back on yesterday, but at the same time I was. Like I felt like they would have just held it until next week. But he's not playing Sunday, and you know he wanted to get out ahead of the game what he wanted to say, and of course Pat and the boys allowed him to do that. So kudos to everybody involved. But whatchamacallit, yeah, there was that on Wednesday. And then he was on again yesterday. But yeah, Rogers' COVID diagnosis, even though everybody's known about it, I guess, for a few months, they held on to it. And, you know, that's the thing with cancel culture. They try to bring everybody down anymore and literally cancel you, hence the name. It's like, you can't change history. You can try to, but you can't. But whatchamacallit, Rogers news broke Wednesday. The WWE releases Thursday night. Hell, we had some Thursday night football in college and NFL as well. Hell, we had some action on Tuesday and Wednesday night this past week, and a few good games. We'll get into those final scores here in a second as well. But now we're here. It's the weekend, and at halftime. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Penn State leads Maryland on the road 7-6. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always. Links in the description below. Back to the action with Oklahoma State and West Virginia, along with Auburn and Texas A&M as they begin the third quarters of their respective games. Michigan State, Purdue, along with Penn State, Maryland should restart here around the same time here in about 5-10 minutes or so. About a 20-minute halftime, as always, in college football, a little less in the NFL. But back to these stats and scores now. From earlier. In overtime, Army defeated Air Force 21-14. If they defeat Navy in the Army-Navy game in the regular season, I believe since they defeated Air Force earlier, they might need Air Force to lose again. But it's all head-to-head. And all three of these teams play for the Commander-in-Chief Trophy. I believe if Army defeats Navy, from what I heard earlier, they will win that Commander-in-Chief Trophy once again this year after defeating Air Force earlier in OT 21-14. Georgia 43-6, defeating Missouri at home behind the hedges. Ohio State got it done against Nebraska 26-17. Buckeyes defeat the Cornhuskers. North Carolina upset number 9 Wake Forest in a shootout in the ACC from Chapel Hill, as the Tar Heels defeat the Demon Deacons 58-55. Ole Miss, as mentioned earlier, got the better of their former head coach and Hugh Freeze, who's now at Liberty. The Rebs and Lane Kiffin on the Lane train defeat Liberty 27-14. Illinois defeated Minnesota. So there's at least 2 top 25 teams that went down with the new college football playoff rankings. Of course, Penn State is currently ranked 22nd in the AP Top 25 poll, but unranked in the college football playoff rankings. They win today. They might be ranked at 6-3, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll get into the rankings here in a second. But Illinois with a big road win in the Big Ten West at Minnesota in a low-scoring affair, 14-6. We're on pace in this game for that final score as well. If Penn State scored another touchdown and holds Maryland what they have, hey, 14-6 your final score here as well. But that Big Ten West race, just as the Big Ten East is up for grabs as well, with, of course, Michigan State, Michigan, and Ohio State. And, last week it was Michigan State with Spartans winning. It was Penn State, Ohio State with the Buckeyes winning. By the end of the season, as Penn State hosts Michigan next week, we'll have, of course, as well, Ohio State played Michigan State and in the game against Michigan in the final 2 weeks of the season. Everybody's going to play each other, okay? So we'll see how it finishes up and who's going to represent the East and the West in the Big Ten in the Big Ten Championship game on December the 4th, less than a month from now, from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, Indiana. Really, with Minnesota losing and Wisconsin already defeating Iowa, and Purdue's picked up a few big wins, really Northwestern Illinois and Nebraska are out of it. Minnesota's still going to be in it. I mean, it's a four-team race, really. 3 teams, to be honest with you. Now, if Purdue beats Michigan State today, it'll get real interesting. But I feel it's going to be Wisconsin's to lose in the West. Iowa plays Northwestern later on tonight. They've had a few losses in a row after defeating Penn State a couple weeks back. But it'll be interesting to see, to say the least, who's, for the most part, going to represent the West out of the Big Ten more so than the East, but who's facing each other in the Big Ten championship game in a month's time. I mean, as good as Michigan's playing, they host Indiana later tonight. They lost Michigan State last week. Michigan State, okay, losing at Purdue right now. Purdue's a little bit better than you think they are, and so is Illinois, don't get me wrong. And, go back to Penn State losing to Iowa, Penn State losing to Illinois, Penn State losing to Ohio State. The Lions, in the end, because they didn't close it out when they had their chances to. It didn't clinch. They did deserve to lose those 3 games, and they're sitting at 5-3 right now. Hopefully they get their 6th one and get the bowl eligibility here at 6-3 by the end of the night. But, the 2 teams in the East and the 2 teams in the West are out of it. It's Rutgers and Indiana along with Illinois and Northwestern. No offense, but that's just how it is, along with Nebraska. So I guess 2 in the East and 3 in the West, 5 total. But with everybody still having to play each other, like I said, it'll be interesting to see who's going to be in the Big Ten championship game in a month's time. If I'd have to guess, of course, Michigan with Harbaugh up against Ohio State. The Wolverines will probably lose that. Hell, they might lose next week against Penn State for all we know. I don't know. That's why you got to play the games. Not side on paper, side on the field. If I'd have to guess, Penn State's going to lose to Michigan. Penn State's going to lose to Michigan State right now. Hopefully beat Maryland. Hopefully beat Rutgers and finish 7-5. But maybe it's 6-6. Maybe it's worse at 5-7. I don't know. We'll see. But if I'd have to guess, it's going to be Ohio State, Wisconsin in the Big Ten championship game. Because I would think the Buckeyes would find ways to win. Just did last week at home against Penn State. Looked like a totally different team since losing to Oregon, with the Ducks defeating the Buckeyes back on 9/11. That they should take care of business against Michigan State and Michigan. Be close, of course, but just find a way to win late. And then Wisconsin, might be Iowa, hell, it might be Minnesota, might be even Purdue still. So we've seen crazier shit happen before. That's why I play a game, side on paper, side on the field. We'll see how the rest of the season goes, of course, but that's the Big Ten as a whole right now in general. Back to some scores, though, before the second half kicks off. Pitt defeated Duke 54-29. UAB 52-38, defeating Louisiana Tech. Kansas State defeated Kansas 35-10. Memphis over SMU, as the Mustangs now have lost 2 straight, 28-25. They lost last week on a game-winning 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown against Houston. As Houston, later on tonight, they play at South Florida against the Bulls. Touchback on the opening second half kick. 1st and 10, Maryland from the 25. They trail by a point. It is 7-6 Penn State as we begin the third quarter of play. Miami beat Georgia Tech in the ACC 33-30. App State 48-14 defeating Arkansas State. And then we'll preview next commercial break what games will kick off here a little bit later on this evening, along with recapping what has already happened final score-wise this week in college football updates, some stats and scores as well when we see fit. So 1st and 10, Maryland from 25. Tulia Tungalovoa rolling out and 9 yards on the completion. Be 2nd and short for the Terps. And his 3 hit 1 for 9. And Maryland with a 2nd and 1 here as we begin the second half.
to get that ball out to Fleming.
On 2nd and 1, some room for Maryland.
2nd and 1, nice big run to midfield.
Foul the towel.
Yeah, Maryland's probably going to, if I'd have to guess, run this ball, run the clock. You're at home. You have home field advantage. Crowd behind you. As split as it is with, Penn State winning in that category once again for a road game, which is pretty spectacular. But it's Penn State. It's not the, no offense to whoever the hell I'm about to name, but and I don't even know who the hell I'm about to name, but yeah, no offense to whoever that is. We'll say, I don't know, like Prairie View A&M or somebody like that. I don't know. 2nd and 6. 3 yards on the run. Be 3rd down and 3 on a 2nd and 6. So Penn State defense going to try to hold here. Even after giving up a few big plays there. Got Maryland at a 3rd and 2. And get a defense stand, get the ball back here, get in the 3rd quarter. Third down and 2 from the 43 as the officials have the ball spotted, fixing their hats. Maryland, in the meantime, going to push the pile. Out of bounds on a 10-yard run, 1st down. Maryland. Jesus Christ. Now it's that situation where Penn State can't run the football and they can't stop the run on defense. I'm just awaiting, that big play they're going to give up late, along with, because we haven't had any turnovers yet, who's going to turn it over first, and when and where is it going to be turned over at? Along with, is special teams ever going to step the hell up in the return game this year? Tulia Tungalovoa took a shot. And not really. He just stumbled and got pushed into the Penn State sideline before falling down. Yeah. Brandon Smith barely touched him, pushing him out of bounds. He just looked like he didn't know where he was going. It's like, you got to know where you're at on the field. And he got pushed out of bounds, but that's not a late hit. And then, Tulia got pushed down by 53, Rasheed Walker. As Penn State has 2 53s. Rasheed Walker on the offensive line and Fred Hansard on the D-line. I don't want to get confused, but then Tulia gets pushed down by him on the sideline. And now Tulia is going to have to come out for a play here as number 11, Reese Udinsky, is in at quarterback for the Maryland Terrapins. 2nd down and 10. And a screen near side incomplete. All right, so they got the backup quarterback in. See if Penn State defense can take control, take advantage. Tulia is going to come back in. All right. Comes out for play. Banged up a little bit, but it wasn't anything major, so we move on.
Situation that we saw at 1st down, but you're going to come out on 2nd down, and that kills your drive. And this looked like it could have been a scoring drive early. That's a missed call by the officials on the sideline. Pretty blatant.
Throwing on 3rd and 10.
Almost picked off by Jair Brown on 3rd and 10. Incomplete, 4th down. Maryland going to have to punt.
Was diving to catch the tip pass.
Auburn with another missed field goal. And we're tied at 3 still with the Tigers and Aggies from College Station. Wow. Auburn, of course, played at Penn State about 2 months ago now. Lost by 8. And Auburn, they've lost once since, as that was to Georgia about a month or so ago now. But they've stayed steady ranking wise at 6-2. and are still a contender in the SEC West. You know, A&M beat Alabama. Auburn beats A&M today, and A&M has a loss to Arkansas. Really, all Auburn's going to have to do is beat Alabama to get to the SEC championship game. Standing-wise, if, of course, nobody else loses, they'll take on Georgia again. But I believe that's how it would go, yeah. I know we got, of course, a few games left to kick off tonight. A few good games the rest of the way this regular season, the next couple weeks, before conference championship games and the bowl games. And I'll have a bowl game video prediction-wise out on the channel when the time rolls around. So keep an eye out for that as well. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening here this afternoon. Penn State, Nebraska, 7-6 here, third quarter. As Maryland punts on their opening second-half drive, and Penn State can get the football back. In the meantime, as mentioned, Auburn just missed another kick. It's 3-3, Auburn and A&M. Previous play under further review with Oklahoma State scoring a touchdown, 16-3. It is a touchdown. Extra point up and good, 17-3 now. Cowboys lead the Mountaineers. And then Michigan State just scored as well. And they're an extra point away from tying it up at 21. Kick up and good, 21 apiece. As the Spartans and Boilermakers are locked at 3 scores apiece in the third quarter as well. So, you know, that's why we have to sit down and watch these games. You know, if everybody could decide and predict who the hell they want to have win, then everybody's favorite team would be winning all the damn time. You know, it's college football. There's no more gimmies anymore. College football's the best sport on earth. It's 7-6 right now. Penn State over Maryland. So update some scores. 28-14 North Texas leading Southern Miss. East Carolina 41-0 over Temple. Texas State 2019 over Louisiana Monroe. Cal and Arizona both on the board. Early fourth quarter, 3-3. Just as Auburn and A&M are deadlocked at the same exact score as well in the third quarter. Cincinnati scored another touchdown, 21-12 now over Tulsa. Notre Dame 17-6 leading Navy, 17-3 Oklahoma State over West Virginia. TCU leads Baylor at the half, 16-14. 3-3 Auburn A&M. BYU 42-7 over Idaho State. 38-3 now Wisconsin over Rutgers. Charlotte 14-10 over Rice. Western Kentucky still leads Middle Tennessee State 31-14. Rhode Island 21-16 over UMass. Troy 31-14 over South Alabama. Wyoming 17-10 over Colorado State. Michigan State just scored 21 apiece at Purdue. Arkansas leads Mississippi State at halftime 13-7. NC State 14-0 at Florida State. 0-0 Utah State, New Mexico State, and Central Florida 7-0 still over Tulane. Some other final scores from earlier. And as we're back to it, 1st and 10 Penn State from the 5-yard line. Screen near side complete to Kevon Lee, 5, maybe 6 yards on the pass. They give him 4 officially, 2nd and 6 here, 12:28 and counting to play in the third quarter. As mentioned, Army beat Air Force. Georgia over Mizzou. Ohio State defeated Nebraska. North Carolina 58-55 defeating Wake Forest. And an upset. Ole Miss 27-14 over Liberty. Illinois beat Minnesota. Pitt, as Purdue's tied with Michigan State, they'll get the ball back, 21 apiece. Pitt beat Duke 54-29. UAB also won over La Tech. Kansas State beat Kansas. Memphis over SMU. Miami 33-30 over Georgia Tech. App State 48-14 over Arkansas State. And coming up, we'll preview games still to kick off this afternoon, so stay tuned. 3rd down and 3 for Penn State from the 12. Clifford going to roll out near side. Tuck and run. He gets the first down. 3.5 on the run. He needed 3. First down, Penn State.
Clifford runs pretty well. Makes the decision and outruns Finau to the edge and then protects his body with the stretch before it crossed to get a hit on.
4-yard run, puts the ball on the 16-yard line. Good for a first down for Penn State. Lee trying to find
Kevon Lee on a run, 2 yards up the middle, second down here. Run the football. Run, run, run.
You can see him wrap him up and just grab him.
Keep it balanced and consistent, though. Run the football.
Ball security there. Keith is 6'2", 310 pounds, and it looked like he put a lot of effort into dislodging him. Penn State still calling run play, still trying to keep him honest with the run.
Here comes the pressure, quick pressure, able to get it off.
Complete near side, 84, Theo Johnson on the reception. All right, good thing they're getting the tight ends involved now, too. When's the deep shot coming? That's my next question, because I can already see it coming. Just don't take a damn sack, Sean Clifford, and don't turn the ball over.
Great job contesting the throw, and then right on the receiver for Maryland's D. Another third and short situation.
Kevon Lee reins in a running back. Keandre Lambert-Smith in motion to the bottom of your screen.
Third down again, 3rd and 4. Play clock expires. They get it off, though. They give it to him. No delay of game. Slant complete. First down the Lions. Complete to 5. Jahan Dawson on a 5-yard reception. Move the 6. First down Penn State. Keep it moving. Keep it short and sweet. Keep it simple. Keep it balanced. Keep it consistent. Run to pass, pass to run. They hand off again, run the football. Kevon Lee for about 6 yards. 2nd down and 4 for Penn State. Under 10 to play here in this third quarter. They lead by 1, 7-6 at Maryland.
That was a gain of 6. Sure tackling all afternoon by Jordan Mosley. He's been on point. Havertown, Pennsylvania star. Really been a stalwart for the D today.
Here's Lee again.
Another Kevon Lee run on 2nd and 4. 5-yard run, another first down. Hey, at least they have figured out on whatever it is. 2nd and 4 there. It was 3rd and 4 earlier. You need at least 4 yards for a first down. So don't run anything shorter than that, and don't run anything further than that. I hate teams that take a deep shot on 3rd and 1. It's like you need 1 yard, if that, to get a first down to keep the drive alive. Another run. Kevon Lee to the 45-yard line. Keep on pounding the rock. Another first down for Penn State. Let's go. Maybe get some tempo into it now. Go hurry up, maybe. Keep this Maryland defense on their heels. Keep them on their feet. Kevon Lee going to come out. So, actually, we got an injured Maryland defender down. So, take a little bit of a break here for a second. But,
It's the first run of 10 or more yards in this game.
Jesus Christ.
7-6, Penn State on top of that.
Okay, they will take a break with the injury. It's the longest run of the game by either team. Longest run by Penn State for sure. 15 yards by Kevon Lee there. He's going to come out. You know, I'd assume either Kane or Lovett's going to go in for him, but they do take a break here, so we'll see if he comes back in. But even with the way, once again, Franklin's been able to recruit, and you have depth at running back along with all the other positions as well, it just blows my mind. It's mind-boggling as all hell that they have 3 to 5 running backs, and they cannot run the football. At least, like I said, they're starting to figure it out here a little bit, it seems like. We'll see if they can build off of it and capitalize with some points, build up the rhythm, momentum as well, and score. You have to settle for a field goal. Okay, so be it. I don't want to, but points are points, especially in a close game like this. And the way the defense is played, I think he'd be all right. But at the same time, once again, Penn State's missed at least 1 kick in each game this season. Defense late in the fourth quarter. Yeah, for the most part, always fourth quarter. Last week it was third. 3 minutes to play in the third against Ohio State. started giving up big plays. The turnovers have killed them, the penalties, but no, the defense, along with at least one missed kick per game. Defense has given up one big play for a touchdown, or that set up a touchdown late in the game. So, need to score a touchdown here on this drive, plain and simple. How you doing? Keep it moving. Yeah, let's score some points, score a touchdown here. And then, of course, we'll go from there. But gotta continue this running game, keep it consistent. Clifford, really, they haven't really thrown on this drive. I mean, they have, but they haven't. But they've only thrown when they needed to. But you don't need to throw when, it's whatever, But then, hence, once again, I don't know, as I've said before, I mean, I do know, but you keep running play after play after play until defense stops you. Yeah, that's what you're going to do. But then don't beat a dead horse when they start to stop it, and then you keep running it. Because that happened earlier, and they were passing on every single play on that one drive. Now it's their run game that's coming alive, looks like, hopefully, knock on wood. And, we'll go from there. So, run to pass to run as always, keep it balanced, consistent. But, like I said a bit ago, when's the deep ball coming? Because I have a feeling they're going to throw it deep here. Trips near side, 1st and 10 from the 46, back from break. And Clifford, don't take the sack either, like I said, dumps it off on a screen. And Kevon Lee back in, about a 13-yard reception for him. Gets out of bounds, 1st down, Penn State. Clifford got lucky there. He did. Almost went down the sack, but it was almost a strip sack, just as it was last week at Ohio State. That was the difference late, and the reason why Ohio State ended up winning, along with at least one of those 4 field goals that the Buckeyes kicked. But, Penn State still in the 3 losses. That aside, they've had chance after chance to win, and they just haven't been able to close it out. So we'll see how this game finishes. But 8 minutes on the dot to play in the 3rd and counting. 1st and 10 after that screen pass. Complete to Kevon Lee to the 33-yard line. 1st and 10 from there. Clifford once again looking to throw. Tight end fade far side on a post route, incomplete. Time for number 44, Tyler Warren, who has been the go-to Wildcat Lion quarterback during that formation. He'll stay in. He'll line up near side, it looks like, with Brenton Strange and Theo Johnson. 2nd and 10, out of the gun again. Back in motion near side, they'll run a screen, complete. And Noah Kane, another broken tackle, gets to the 27, 3rd down and a medium, 3rd and 5, we'll say, for Penn State here in the 3rd quarter. Looking to extend the lead. 3rd and 4 officially. They give him an extra yard. All right, I'll take it. 3rd and 4 after a gain of 6.
This offensive receivers as healthy as they are. You're getting some great play in the Maryland secondary. Credit Brian Stewart and Brian Williams, the co-defensive coordinators. Another opportunity, though, to get off the field. They missed a few of these on this drive.
Empty set, 5 wide, 3rd and 4 from the 27. Motion man to Keandre Lambert-Smith near side. That's a false start. They didn't call it. And then Lambert-Smith gets the 1st down, so they lucked out. Theo Johnson was the one who moved. Yeah, they lucked out on not getting a false start called against them, because then it'd be, 3rd and 9? Probably want to convert, probably have to settle for field goal. Refs missed one there. They did not call a false start. Penn State lucked out. They're going to go hurry up. You got the 1st down and 10. Clifford fakes the give, looking to throw. Middle of the end zone, caught, touchdown, Nittany Lions. Jahan Dotson once again, his 2nd touchdown reception in the afternoon. Penn State 13, Maryland 6, pending the extra point. And fight on State.
Like you said, Dan, offense gets going. A few positive plays here and there. Maryland can't get off the field.
Fight on State. Roll, Lions, roll. We'll hit that line up the score, fight on to victory evermore. They're rolling up the score for sure. They're up 7 right now, petting this kick. Maryland's missing an extra point already tonight. Jordan Stout kick up and knuckleballed, but it's good. 14-6 with 6:51 to play. And they go back to the touchdown play they had earlier. Run the same damn play. About 15 yards or so shorter as the earlier passing touchdown on a post route over the middle in the end zone from Clifford to Dotson was from 38 yards out. That from about 22 or so, I'd say, after a 5-yard completion to Gunja Lambert Smith near side on 3rd and 4. There's a full start. Refs let it slip. Play later, Penn State scores another touchdown. So 14-6. 14-6. Same final score as what it was. Illinois going on the road, beating Minnesota. 14-6. Penn State now leading Maryland. As Sean Clifford is 21-34 for 214 and 2 passing touchdowns. Both to Jahan Dotson, who has 7 catches now, 103 yards receiving, and those 2 touchdowns. On the ground, balance, thank you. Noah Kane, 8 for 33. Kevon Lee, 7 for 38. John Lovett, 5 for 19. They have finally found a running game, it seems like. Can they build off of it, though, moving forward in this game and in the weeks to come to close out the season? Because as mentioned before, I feel if, they finish 6-6, 7-5, if not worse, Franklin's going to be gone. And, okay, he's gone then at that point. Sort of GOOD. But then it's, who do you bring in? And I've named my candidates before. But if they can finish strong, okay, they start 5-0, lose 3 straight, maybe win these last 4 and finish at 9-3, which would be sort of a surprise. The way the schedule shakes out with as tough as it is, and Michigan and Michigan State over the next couple weeks. And then you'd give Ohio State the East at that point, because Ohio State still has to play Michigan State and Michigan as well. That's what I said. Everybody's going to take each other out anyway. Just get to a bowl game, please. Become bowl eligible at 6-3 today. If you lose out, which I'd hope to God not, you don't lose to Rutgers, but like I said, no games or gimmies anymore. Didn't think to lose to Illinois, but they did. 9 overtimes. First ever 9 overtime game in college football history. So, that's why they play games. 7-5, I'd be fine with. I would. Even as much of the disappointing season it's turned into. Because right now, even with an 8-point lead on the road, 14-6, this game's not over yet. And it's not happy right now in Happy Valley by any means this past month. They haven't won since October the 2nd when they shut out Indiana. Since then, they lost by 3 at Iowa, lost by 2 9 overtimes at Illinois, and lost by 9 last Saturday night at Ohio State. Lead by 8 right now, but game's not over by any means just yet. Still a lot of football left to be played here with 6:51 to play in the 3rd quarter, plus the full 15 fourth. So touchback on the kick. 1st and 10 Terps from the 25-yard line, but we'll, as they actually show us the Big Ten standings, it's Ohio State, Michigan, with Penn State and Maryland tied for 4th, and then Rutgers and Indiana, Minnesota, Purdue, Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, Northwestern, Nebraska out west. But Purdue's going to have to beat Michigan State today if they want to stay in, it looks like. Wisconsin's going to beat Rutgers, and then Minnesota just lost to Illinois at home earlier today. So, like I said, keep an eye out for Wisconsin out west. Believe me. Started out sluggish this year. They found their way. Wisconsin's playing Wisconsin football again. 2nd and 1. And a first down run by Maryland. Nice tackle by Jair Brown at the 45-yard line. First down Terps, though. Yeah, so defense, bend but don't break, of course. So you play Penn State defense and get the ball back, and hopefully the offense can continue. But they just got to continue to build. One thing at a time now. One thing at a time. No gain on the run. 2nd down and 10. So, game's not over by any means just yet, but yeah, one thing at a time. Keep this running game going. Another thing with the running game, as I've said all season long, you have to be able to run the football in the second half, in the fourth quarter. Especially the lead. Run the clock. They haven't been able to do it. We'll see if they can today when the game's on the line. Pass near side from Tulia, complete. And another first down for Maryland. And so, yeah, here we go again with another good Maryland drive, but are they going to, just as they did right before halftime, finally convert and score some points to capitalize off of, he stepped out. He stepped out right there at 23. He stepped out. You can't keep that going for another 5-6 yards. He stepped the fuck out of bounds. Jesus Christ. See a replay. He stepped the hell out. Maybe he didn't. We'll see. They say Maryland first down. Maryland's going to go hurry up here. Nothing. All right, we move on. Can't even look at it. And then a bubble screen complete near side. First and goal, Maryland now at the 10-yard line. I thought he stepped out. 8 yards on the reception. Second and 2 officially from the 10. All right. But out of the pistol, fumbled snap, and Penn State recovers it. Jair Brown on the fumble recovery. So Maryland, just as they get something good going, they shoot themselves in the foot. Let's go, Penn State. And I got a fucking flag on the field. Jesus Christ, what's this? Probably an illegal snap. They're going to give Maryland the football back. Yeah, they went a little too fast. Bad snap, out of the pistol. Tulia couldn't handle it. Running back couldn't grab it. And then they maybe a kickball. They kick it ahead, and then Penn State recovered. Penn State recovered. It's going to be Penn State football. Unless the penalty is against the inline defense. See what the Zebras have to say. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct on Jair Brown. It'll be half the distance. First down, Penn State. And then after the play again, unsportsmanlike conduct on Jaquan Brisker, and then half the distance from half the distance. And we'll take a timeout, and Penn State going to have the ball. Where the hell did they recover that at? About the 15-yard line or so. So they'll have first down probably from the 3, I'd bet, if I'd have to guess. 3-4 yard line when we return. Because they said half the distance on the one unsportsmanlike conduct from the spot, and then another unsportsmanlike conduct, half the distance from half the distance. So half the distance from the 15's about the 7.5, 8 yard line. And then half the distance from there is about the 3-4 yard line. So yeah, Penn State's going to have it first and 10. They recover a fumble. So there's your first turnover. It's by Maryland, and Penn State recovers. Can they capitalize now and not necessarily put this game away, but give themselves some more breathing room entering the fourth quarter with a 2-touchdown lead? I mean, you're up 1 score right now. Of course, Maryland would have to score, go for 2 to tie it at 14. And, go back to the Penn State-Illinois game. We know the Lions can't do any 2-point attempts by any means. Can Maryland? I don't know. It's like, with the 2-point conversions, how many of those, of course, do you have up your sleeve to run? Probably not a lot in the playbooks. But then it's, okay, you just go back and you run your short goal line formation and you run your plays out of there. Or you run whatever the hell you're going to run. So Penn State gets a fumble. They recover. Stupid penalties afterwards. I don't necessarily think, though, that they were unsportsmanlike conduct. But they said they were, so they got to live with it. And then it's 2 half the distance. I don't think I've ever seen, at least as of late, from what I can recall, I don't think I've ever heard of One penalty, okay, and another penalty, okay, both against the defense. Normally, one is declined and the other is accepted from the spot of the foul, whatever's further on back. They went half the distance on half the distance. So here's a replay of the snap with the fumble. It was a high snap. Tulia couldn't come down with it. And then it hit the back as he was going to get the handoff, it looked like. Maybe a fake the give and then a rollout. And then Penn State recovers and then 2 out the distance penalties. So they do start, what, 1st and 10, as mentioned, from the 3-yard line. It helps to, of course, if you went to school and you know how to read, write, add, subtract, etc. Know where places are. List goes on in that category. They're going to run it. 2nd and 6. Another run here. And Maryland going to hold, no gain on the play. 3rd down and 6 as John Lovett got 4 and then no gain. So 3rd down and 6 for the Penn State offense.
Maryland, when they watch the tape defensively up to this point, is going to be pretty pleased with the way they played, especially the safety play. Cross and Mosley have been great tackling. You see the Kite's made a lot of plays. Okuwanu, they played pretty well on defense against an explosive Penn State.
Lovett going to motion back into the backfield. 3rd and 5 officially from the 8. The 13-yard line.
3 receivers to the top of your screen for Clifford.
Clifford going to roll out and incomplete in time for Parker Washington. Incomplete, 4th down. And can't even, take a minute off the clock again. Only get 5 yards. They are forced to punt. Can't capitalize off the turnover, and Maryland's going to luck out. You couldn't have come up with something better on 3rd down. Stout on the punt. Booms it. And from the 50, from midfield on the return, Penn State right there to bring them down. 1st and 10 Terps from there. So 14-6, still your score. Penn State leads it. Maryland with the ball back. Trying to tie this game back up. Now, they haven't even tied it yet. They scored and they missed the kick. That's the difference right now. Because if they do score, say, late or come up shortly, and Penn State still has 14, they're going to need a touchdown and a 2-point to tie it. I mean, I'd assume if Maryland scores, they'd go for 2 to tie it up at 14 apiece. And then even if they hold on defense and then get the ball back late, a field goal would win it for them 15-14. Because they'd be down 3. Or down 2 and a 3-point field goal would win it for them. This game going to come down in the 4th quarter, no doubt about it. 4 yards on that play, 2nd down and 6 for Terps. Tungalovoa, a little bit of a high pass near side, complete. Keaton Ellis on the coverage. And then Jaquan Brisker comes in from behind to pick up the football, but he was down. It'll be 3rd down and 3 with 2:22 to play in this 3rd quarter.
2 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. 3rd and short for Maryland.
Tight ends on the short side here.
And Maryland's going to run it, and they're going to get the 1st down.
Signaling the 1st down for the Terps.
They run right behind it. Okonkwo, number 9 on the edge of the line of scrimmage, does a good job setting there. They pull around with Jalen Duncan. Well executed by the Terps in the run game.
Tungalovoa pass over the middle. I don't know how the hell that was caught, but another 1st down for Maryland. Pickup of 11. First down.
Did he throw it through Curtis Jacobs? It looked like he threw it right through the 2 and the 3 to Curtis Jacobs' body. I don't know, Clock will end up with that, and now they're
Yeah, I have no idea how the hell he caught that. First and 10, Tunglaveau going to roll out. Another pass complete, and then a dual tackle by the lines on defense. Yeah, this thing, Maryland, they're a good drive going here. They turned it over last time, but is Penn State going to force them to settle for a kick, or is Maryland going to get back in this game? I mean, they're still in it, no doubt about it. Under meant to play now in the third quarter. But are they going to seriously, make this a ball game in the fourth quarter with a touchdown here? 2nd and 3, Tunglaveau over the middle, incomplete. The coverage by Castro Fields, incomplete. Third down. 44 seconds to play in the third. We'll preview games still to kick off momentarily here at the end of the quarter. So stay tuned. There's James Franklin on the sideline doing what he does best. Standing there with his arms crossed. He's a good recruiter, but coaching-wise, and we've known this, pass going to be dropped incomplete. Daquan Hardy a little late, but as receiver fell to the ground, it would have been a touchdown if he would have caught it. The question would have been, was he in bounds, though? But then as he rolled over, the ball came out incomplete. That would have been a touchdown, I think, if he would have caught that. He was in bounds there by a hair. 4th and 3, Maryland's going to go for it. I'd kick it, I would. Cut it to 5 with another quarter to play. 4th and 3, but they're going to run an option, and they shuffle past over the middle, and they get the first down. Nice play call. That's a good play call right there. First down, and Maryland's going to have the momentum going into the fourth quarter. Whether they score here before the end of the third or not, they're going to have the momentum in the fourth at home against Penn State. I mean, 2 years ago, when these two teams met from College Park on a Friday night, this game was over by this point in time. Penn State 50-plus in the win. Blowing out the Maryland Terrapins. 2nd and 9, end of the quarter now, after a yard on that last play. End of 3, Penn State leads it 14-6 at Maryland. But Maryland with that first down conversion on 4th down. They have the momentum in my eyes. They're going to have even more of an advantage at home right now against Penn State if the Penn State defense does not step up. Penn State's defense needs another stop, force a field goal. Do you give up a touchdown, hold on the 2-point attempt? Maybe they miss the extra point again. They do kick it, but offensively then, once you get the ball back, you got to continue this running game that you have going. Clifford's going to have to make some plays, no doubt about it. Tight ends have had a quiet afternoon, so keep an eye out for them. Maybe potentially here in this fourth and final quarter play once we return. Parker Washington, quiet afternoon too, so maybe get him more involved. What else do you have up your sleeve? Mike Yursich, play call wise, but defense needs another stop. Penn State's defense needs another stop, plain and simple. Until, of course, they get that, Maryland's just continue to drive here and cut it somehow, some way, whether that's with a field goal or a touchdown, they tie it with a 2-point. They score a touchdown and tie this game at 14 apiece. Play's going to go nuts, for one. Then you're going to be on the road in the fourth quarter, tie game, trying to, make a thing or two happen in your favor to drive and, win it in the clutch on the road. But home or away, they haven't been able to finish the past couple weeks anyway. So I don't know what makes any of us think that'll happen then if it comes down to it. So and I know I was the one who said that, but still, like,
He knows a place that has
just
it,
how it is.
so he used his phone.
All options on the table right now for how this game is going to finish.
Go to
Not over. You know, like I said, after Penn State just scored their second touchdown, game's not over by any means just yet. That was a 6 minutes and 51 seconds playing the third quarter. Now here at the end of the third, still 14-6, and Maryland's driving, and they just converted a fourth down. And all was 2nd and 9 to begin the quarter, but they have the momentum. Maryland has the momentum right now, which, of course, is not a good thing for Penn State right now, by any means. Defense just has to get a stop, plain and simple. Got to get a stop. So I'll leave it at that. I'll digress on that topic for the time being. But once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share. Check questions, comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Ongoing in college football right now, as Purdue leads Michigan State now 31-21. Oklahoma State 24-3 over West Virginia. And Texas A&M 9-3 leading Auburn. We'll update some final stats and scores once this game goes final, with everything, of course, from earlier today, everything ongoing. And now we'll get into everything that is about, of course, to kick off here. LSU, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Iowa, Northwestern, Boise State, Fresno State, Old Dominion, Florida International, Oregon State, Colorado, UNLV, New Mexico, Oregon, Washington, Indiana, Michigan, Florida, South Carolina. 2nd and 9 from the 13. Maryland wide open, touchdown, Terps. How the hell do you allow a tight end on a wheel route to get wide open down the far sideline? Jesus Christ. Touchdown, Terps. They'll go for 2 to make it a tie. Ball game at 14 apiece here in the fourth quarter. Jesus Christ.
What do you do in this situation for the extra point?
You go for 2, baby.
Maryland's going to go for 2.
Which is exactly what they're going to
Try to tie this game up at 14.
Just 1 of 3 in the red zone. They had a punt.
Penn State defense, I need your biggest stop of the season right now.
Just run the play they ran on 4th down 2 plays ago. I would call that the shovel pass.
Out of the gun, trips near side. And then Maryland going to call a timeout as the play clock was about to expire. And that is a big timeout, as Maryland will have 2 remaining. Penn State, of course, all 3 here. Second half, 14-12 with a Maryland touchdown. About to go for 2, but they have to call a timeout. Will they still go for 2 after the timeout or kick it? You got to go for 2. I mean, there's still a lot of football left to be played, but who knows what's going to happen in this final 14-56.
So this is what we do situationally. Everybody puts it in on a certain day of the week. Here's us, 2-point conversion. Here's us in short yardage. Here's goal line. Here's red zone.
Texas A&M with a defensive touchdown, a scoop and score on a fumble recovery.
You should know what's going on, but
Bo Nix went down on the sack, and sort of similar to what happened to Sean Clifford last week at Ohio State. And A&M recovers it and returns it for 6. So they extend their lead. Purdue still leads by 10 here in the Michigan State affair. 2-point attempt, and they get it. You got to be kidding me. A rollout near side through, I don't know how many defenders. A couple of missed tackles by Penn State, and we're tied at 14 as Maryland gets the 2-point attempt. So they still go for it. Yeah, fake the give on RPO. Brisker and Daquan Hardy along with Ellis Brooks, Joey Porter Jr., and then Keaton Ellis late. It was like a full line from when the pass was thrown, complete the tight end. He broke a tackle and walked into the end zone for a 2-point successful conversion. We're tied at 14. Penn State, Maryland, in a battle of 2 5-3 Big Ten East squads with 14:56 to play, from College Park. Jesus fucking Christ.
Maryland Stadium in for a treat. Penn State has a defense that's littered with pro prospects.
There's that big play. Or a series, a nice sequence of plays for Maryland to score late in the game. And this game's not everybody means just yet, but there was that. They give up the first down on 4th down. Tight end wheel route is wide open, touchdown. Penn State on the kickoff return. John Lovett to the 22, first down and 10 from there. And then they give up a 2-point attempt to tie it at 14. So 14-14 is your score, Penn State and Maryland. Yeah, so 14-14, Lions and Terps. A&M just extended their lead. Purdue leads Michigan State at the end of the third quarter, 31-21, still 24-3. Oklahoma State over West Virginia. We left off with the Steve Spurrier matchup, Florida and South Carolina, Clemson, Louisville, Texas, Iowa State, Houston, South Florida, San Jose State, Nevada, University of Texas Antonio, and UTEP later on tonight as well. That should be a good one. USC, Arizona State, and San Diego State, Hawaii. Midnight kick from the islands with the Aztecs and Rainbow Warriors. And guess what Sean Clifford just did in the meantime? Took a sack. Cannot take a sack. Second and 17 now after the loss from the 14.
Second and 17 now backed up inside their own 15.
Clifford stepping up, looking to throw down the middle. It's been there all day. Jahan Dotson off to the races, and Jahan Dotson's going to score his 3rd touchdown of the afternoon. And Penn State, from 85 yards out, Sean Clifford with the dagger. 86 yards officially. The middle's been there all afternoon. I said it earlier. I just said it a second ago. I'll say it again. The middle's been open all fucking day. Nice block late by Theo Johnson. Missed shoelace tackle, 15-yard line, and Dotson. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Penn State. Here comes Jordan Stout's extra point. Cross your fingers. Say your prayers. Hopefully he makes it. Sean Clifford to Jahan Dotson. Sean Clifford. Jahan Dotson. Sean Clifford to Jahan Dotson. One from 38 yards out, one from 22 yards out. This third time's a charm from 86 yards out. Penn State, even after the sack, 2-play drive, and they score a touchdown. 21-14 with 13:55 to play at Maryland. So now Clifford on the dot is 23-36 for 300 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, all 3 to Jahan Dotson, who has 8 catches, a $189 receiving, and 3 scores. Penn State rushing. Noah Kane, 8 for 33. Kevon Lee, 7 for 39. John Lovett, 7 for 24. Finally, 24-7, they've been able to run the football consistently here. It seems like balance on offense. See what happens when you can run the football. The rest of the playbook opens itself up. And that's what happens. You score more points. Just imagine if they were able to have been able to run the football all season long to this point, and not just finding it in the month of November when you played in September and October as well. I'm not saying they might still have 3 losses or might be undefeated, but honestly, who knows how the season would have went past few weeks if they would have had a goddamn running game. They finally do, and thank you. Got to build off it, though. You just can't be a one and done. You can't be a college basketball player coming out of high school and then go to the NBA after a year. No, you got to continue to run the football. And then Penn State receiving. Dotson, of course, leads the way. Yeah, there's more than him on this offense, but as good as he's making plays today, give him the fucking football. 8 for 189 and 3 scores. And then behind him, Keandre Lambert-Smith, 2 for 36. Noah Kane, 4 for 28. Theo Johnson, 2 for 21. Kevon Leaf, 2 for 17. Parker Washington, very quiet. He's up and down. He's like the Kansas City Chiefs right now. Roller coaster, up and down, week after week. 1 catch for 8 yards. There's consistency with Clifford getting the ball to Dawson, Washington, Lambert-Smith, and it's always, it seems like now, too. Okay, today's Dawson's game. Next week, who's it going to be? Week after that, who's it going to be? You know?
Went missing after the big win last night. What?
5-3, honestly, really should
Nice new swing set you got there.
at least be 7-1, if not 8-0.
Interesting design.
But that's not how the game's played out, so they're 5-3. And you take it for what it's worth. Finally found a running game. As mentioned, see what the hell happens when, you know, the rest of the playbook gets opened up because you can run the football. And the middle's been there all day. It has. I don't know if they just realized that. At least to go deep down the middle. I mean, because they've been hitting a few crossers, you know, chunk change for, yeah, good block there late by Johnson. And he's off to the races. Touchdown, Penn State. From the 35, Penn State getting a kickoff here. Yeah, Maryland had momentum. Penn State's got it back, though, now. Can the defense hold? Can the Penn State defense bring the house down as college basketball season is going to begin next week? Hell, NASCAR finales tomorrow. See if Young Money 5, Kyle Larson, wins his first championship or not. But got a few good college football games on there now. We do. First and 10, Terps from the 25. Pass, or excuse me, a run near side. It looked like they were going to run an end around, but then Brisker makes a stop in the backfield. Second and 12 officially after a 2-yard loss. So, yeah. They're running passes, keeping it simple. They're running crossers and post routes. They have been all day down the middle, but that finally hit, and then they score off of it. And pass. Okay, I don't know where Tulia was throwing that football, but incomplete. Third down.
For Tagovailoa to try to throw that ball into, and now a 3rd and long. Same type of deal. One guy in a stance right here. Just a 3-man run.
3rd and 12. Penn State with some pressure. Tulia running around in the backfield, gets rid of it. That's intentional grounding. There's nobody there. He threw it out of bounds, and it's incomplete, 4th down. So Maryland's going to punt. Penn State, just like that. Switch momentum. Maryland can't do a damn thing now, and they're going to have to punt. Penn State's going to football back. Run the football up 7 on the road with a lead. Run the football, run this clock. Work the clock management skills for the first time all season. Run the ball, please and thank you. Score another touchdown. Hell, even a field goal at this rate would probably seal it, but score a touchdown and close this game out. You got a chance now to do it. Let's see what you got. Nice punt. Fair caught at 25-yard line. And got an injured Terp on the return. 1st and 10, Penn State from there. 1st and 10, 12:58 to play. 21-14. Penn State here at about 6:30 Eastern time. Update some scores. Actually, let's recap what's already happened this week. Midweek, at least. Had some action on Tuesday and Wednesday. Ball State beat Akron 31-25. Ohio defeated Miami, Ohio 35-33. Eastern Michigan beat Toledo 52-49. And then on Wednesday, Central Michigan beat Western Michigan 42-30. Kent State 52-47 over Northern Illinois. Louisiana Lafayette beat Georgia State 21-17. Speaking of Georgia State, Georgia Southern just hired Clay Helton, who was fired by USC. Of course, USC's open, LSU's open, Washington State, Texas Tech, TCU. The Raiders and the NFL. Those are your football openings right now in the coaching carousel. We'll see, of course, what else opens up right after Thanksgiving. After the final regular season games wrap up, that week there's going to be a lot of talk with James Franklin, believe me. He'll finish out the season, regular season at least. Now, if he leaves before the bowl game, if they even do go to a bowl game, and hopefully they do, with a win today, they become bowl eligible with 6 wins. That's when the talk's going to start, if he's going to leave. And then the news will come out, if he does leave, that he's leaving. And then who's going to replace. I know I'll tweet out instantly once I hear the news my top candidates, and then I'll post a link to the channel here. Stating, of course, as I'm stating once again now, that keep an eye out for a Coaching Carousel video when the time's right over the next month and a half or so. Might add in more NFL later because, of course, the NFL season is going to go on a little bit longer as it always does anyway. So maybe 2 videos. Maybe I add it in during a stream of some sorts. We'll see. Or even add it in during the main one. What jobs could open up. I've discussed that a little bit, but no. Keep an eye out for. It'd be like anywhere from immediately after the Michigan State game. So Saturday night, 3 weeks from now, the 27th of November, that 28th to the 4th to the Big Ten Championship game. Unless Penn State somehow, some way finds a way to go to Indianapolis, with everybody else going to be playing each other, which I doubt. But that week in general, that's when the James Franklin talk is really going to heat up if he's going to be leaving. If they finish anywhere, from 5-7 to 9-3. So 1st and 10, they're going to run the football here. Yes, run the ball. Noah Cain, 3 yards, 2nd down and 7. But yeah, Louisiana Lafayette beat Georgia State 21-17 on Thursday. And then last night, Boston College beat Virginia Tech 17-3, and Utah over Stanford 52-7. 2nd down and 7. Clifford going to hand off again. Nowhere for Cain to go. Cincinnati, Notre Dame, Oklahoma State all lead Tulsa, Navy, and West Virginia respectively. TCU leading Baylor by 2, 23-21 in the 4th. A&M at home against Auburn should hang on. They still got a lot of time left to play, though, as most all these games do. About 10, 11 minutes to go, if not more. 3rd down and 8. Clifford out of the gun looking to throw. Pass incomplete, intended for number 3, Parker Washington. 4th down, and here we go again. Can't even run the football, can't even take a minute off the goddamn clock, and you're going to punt. Still up 7. 21-14 here in the 4th quarter on the road.
Opportunities you willing to give Tagovailoa to tie this game up. He's getting hot here in the second half.
4th down and 8. Penn State punts. And it's going to go out of bounds around the 45-yard line, it looks like. Maryland saying around midfield. We'll see where they spot it. They're still going from midfield. Okay, from the 50. They're going to say the 49 there for a second. Bad punt, though, by Penn State. So we'll see if Maryland can capitalize with some good starting field position or not. But Penn State's defense going to have to hold again. Another stop. Another defense stand. Jesus Christ. Like, come on. Just as they said, how many opportunities did he give Maryland? Well, on the flip side, how many chances do you have to close this game out, but you can't? My God. At least they're able to run the football. You got to give them some credit, I guess. At least they're able to run the football today. You know, I'll take that. But then it's still the same old, same old. Can't even take a minute off the clock, give the ball back. Can't capitalize, can't close out when they need to. Relying on the defense, once again, to do everything for them. End of story. There's not much else to be said.
I just think it would be cool to have a real encounter. Sorry. Monday at 8, 7 Central on Fox or watch anytime.
So as I've discussed, current games, whether they're currently ongoing or has since gone final this week in college football. Next week in college football also will begin midweek, Tuesday and Wednesday, with some action. Buffalo, Miami, Ohio, Akron, Western Michigan, Ohio, Eastern Michigan. Those 3 games on Tuesday night. And then on Wednesday night, Toledo, Bowling Green, Ball State, Northern Illinois, Kent State, Central Michigan. Pitt will host North Carolina next Thursday. Cincinnati at South Florida. Wyoming at Boise State next Friday. Next Saturday, of course, as Maryland will be at Michigan State, Penn State will host Michigan. Both games with kick time still to be determined. Keep an eye out later on tonight sometime around midnight into the wee hours of the morning or at the latest sometime tomorrow afternoon for an official kick for Michigan, Penn State. If I'd have to guess, it's either going to be a noon or a 3:30 game. Don't know the network, but a noon or a 3:30 kick from right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. Also next week, Georgia, Tennessee, Maryland, Michigan State, Purdue, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Oklahoma, Baylor, NC State, Wake Forest. Got a few good games next week. Notre Dame, Virginia, TCU, Oklahoma State, Minnesota, Iowa, Northwestern, Wisconsin, Miami and Florida State, Rutgers, Indiana, West Virginia, Kansas State, Kansas, Texas, Iowa State, Texas Tech, USC, Cal, Stanford, Oregon State, Utah, Arizona, Arizona State, Washington, Colorado, UCLA, Utah State, San Jose State. And then we'll get into the games then that do have official kick times here momentarily. But right now, Maryland with a second down, 11 and counting to play. Second and 8 officially. Tulia Tungalovoa pass complete near side. Curtis Jacobs along with Keaton Ellis on the stop. No gain on the play, third down. Hell, can't forget, we have UFC 268 tonight as well. AEW Full Gear is next Saturday night. WWE Survivor Series 2 weeks from Sunday. A lot is going on right now in the sports world. This is the best time of the year. Said it before, I'll say it again. This is the best time of the year because literally everything in sports is happening. From September to February, though, that's the best because it's football season. Tulia over the middle, another drop. Maryland's I don't know how many drops today. Incomplete. 4th and 7, and they're going to go for it, or they're going to punt? They're going to go for it. They're in field goal range if they don't want to kick it, but they're going to go for it on 4th and 7. That's a false start. 4th and 12. Back them up 5 yards. And I doubt they'd go for it now. Kick. False start. I'd kick it. Get down 4. I mean, from here, what it'd be about a 50-yard field goal. I mean, they could just punt, and they will. No, backed them up a little bit further than I thought. Okay, so they do punt. Oklahoma State's going to beat West Virginia. That's a touchback again on the punt. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 20, so they looked out in that category once again today. So coming up next on ESPN, it'll be LSU Alabama from Bryant Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. Neil might be a candidate for, I wouldn't say TCU or Texas Tech, that's still in conference. But remember he was at Troy, he went to LSU and beat the Tigers. I mean, 4 and 5 at West Virginia is not saying much this year. They've had a couple close games, but then to win at LSU, he's going to have to do more than that. I say maybe he'd be a candidate there, but I guess not. Michigan State on the ropes at Purdue. Boilermakers lead at 34-21 with 8:26 to play. That game's on ABC. On CBS right now, Auburn, Texas A&M. And on FS1, Penn State 21-14 leading Maryland 2nd and 10. We will, in the meantime, before Alabama kicks off in about 20 minutes or so, we'll turn on the S Network with Mississippi State and Arkansas. 2nd and 10, Penn State from the 20. Trips in a bunch near side, right to left for Penn State. Crush Teller and screen ready on a down this 4th quarter. Clifford looking to throw, complete to Dotson again. And 4 yards, 3rd down and 6. Pressure turn on Fox as well with TCU leading Baylor 30-21. Maybe this is upset Saturday. Hell, we've already had a couple of top 25 teams lose in the first college football playoff rankings of the season. Injured Maryland defender. 3rd and 7. 10-1 to play for Penn State, up 7, 21-14 is your score. Thank you for everybody for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Gwen Luke 96. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media, link, subscription, thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always greatly appreciated.
This is the type of signature win if they could come back together that he hasn't had since he's been in Maryland this time around.
Established some good things. Quarterback is feeling good. Looks like he's able to pick some people apart, but getting off the field on 3rd down against this explosive mid-life passing game.
Yeah, we switch over Oklahoma State, West Virginia, with Cowboys beating the Mountaineers, to Mississippi State, Arkansas before LSU, Alabama. But still, of course, Michigan State, Purdue. Now Mississippi State, Arkansas, Auburn, A&M, and Penn State, Maryland as the main telecast. 3rd and 7, 8-yard reception over the middle, complete number 3, Parker Washington, 1st down, Penn State. So 2 Big Ten, 2 SEC games on, with the 2 best conferences in all college football. We'll continue to preview next week here momentarily, so stay tuned. And then, as always, coming up at the end, once this game goes final, we'll recap with some final stats and scores from Penn State, Maryland, and from around the rest of college football. So stay tuned. Be sure to subscribe. The red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. I'm done so already. Sure, tune back in tomorrow. NFL, Packers, Chiefs, live watch long reactions live here on YouTube. And on Monday night for NFL Monday Night Football, Bears, Steelers with WWE Monday Night Raw. 2nd and 10, Penn State, as the last pass was incomplete, deep down the far side. Motion man is the tight end. And 84, Theo Johnson. Handoff to 24, Kevon Lee, and he's going to get 11 yards. First down, Penn State. Run the football. Run the ball, please. Thank you. Run this clock. We're going to find out a whole hell of a lot about Penn State right now if they can run the football when they need to late in the game on the road with a lead. First and 10, tight end screen, complete to Johnson for 2. It'll be second down and 8.
Mosley's kept coming all game, making physical tackles, a lot of them solo tackles. Only 6'1", 205, but seems to play a lot bigger than that. Tackles like a 230-pound linebacker, really ends a lot of people's journeys.
12 tackles in the
Second and 8 officially from the 44 with Theo Johnson once again in motion. See if they run it. Play clock. Work this clock. Let it go down to 1 before you snap it. 8:14 to play in the fourth. Now go. Hike. Yeah. Clifford looking to throw, and then it falls incomplete, so the clock's going to stop. They're ass backwards with passing and running on second down. Because then they pass on second down when they should be running. And then if they don't get it, they're still passing on third down. They should be running on second, and then if you need to pass, okay, pass on third, but give yourself the option to still run if you need to. Trips near side, 3rd and 8, still from the 44, 8:05 to play. Penn State up 7, 21-14. Back to the right of Clifford, out of the gun, looking to throw. Complete to Dotson, and Dotson once again off to the races. Got a block down the far side, inside the 20, pushed out of bounds at the 10-yard line. Jahan Dotson, your MVP of the afternoon, folks, if Penn State holds on to win. Over 200 yards receiving, 3 receiving touchdowns, all Penn State's points. Hell, if he doesn't play, they're getting shut out right now if everything else goes the way it has. Jahan Dotson coming alive for Penn State this afternoon. When needed, and they can finally run the football as well. Balance, as mentioned. See what the hell happens with a playbook? When you're able to run the football, it opens itself up. You can do whatever the hell you want. If you play good defense that they have, on your special teams, you're winning football games. They shouldn't be 5-3 right now, but they are. Clifford looking to throw on a halfback screen intended for Kevon Lee, incomplete. Second down. Purdue looking for their dagger. They score another touchdown. Actually, they say incomplete. They say incomplete at the goal line. No score. They're still up 2 scores. 34-21 at home against Michigan State. Yeah, this Saturday might be upset Saturday, looking back on it, once we go final all these games later on the night with college football here today. I mean, we might have 5-6 top 25 teams lose, if not more. Trips near side, 2nd and 10. Clifford once again looking to throw. Nice comeback, complete to Dawson on a nice curl. The 6 for a 5-yard gain. Be 3rd and 5 with 7:11, even though Sheets is better to play here in this fourth quarter. It lines up 7, 21-14 at Maryland. Work this clock. Take it down to about 6:40 before you snap it. 3rd and 5.
Here we go again.
Clifford looking to throw a little high, intended for Dotson again. Now back to, hey, there's more than Jahan Dotson on this offense. Even though he's doing a whole hell of a lot for you, there's more than him on this offense. Continue to run the football. You still got Parker Washington, Gunter Lambert Smith, your tight ends. Hell, Malik Mega had a catch earlier. Penn State going to settle for a field goal. I'll take it. They're up 7. Just make the kick. Just make the kick, Jordan Stout. Go up 10. You got to make this kick. I'm not going to say it unless he misses it. But I've said it already today. I've said it all season long. But I'm not going to say it unless he misses it. From 24 yards out. Now, if he makes it, I won't say it at all. But from 24 yards out on 4th and 5, kicks up and good. Penn State extends their lead now by 10. It is 24-14. Nittany Lions with 6:33 to play. Defense need another stand, need another stop. So a whole hell of a lot of time left here. Maryland, no doubt, can drive and score just like that. Penn State had a 2-play touchdown drive earlier. They did their best working the clock there, no doubt about it. Didn't score a touchdown, but they were able to get some points. They kicked a field goal. So 24-14, but yeah, the defense is going to need another stop to seal it. Because Maryland was 6.5 to play, 2 timeouts. That's an eternity. Just on defense, don't do anything stupid, no stupid penalties, no late hits. If you get a turnover, okay, so be it. And then once you get the ball back on offense, if you do get the ball back on offense, which Penn State should, just run the ball, work the clock more. Nothing stupid, no turnovers, no penalties either. Don't give them a chance to win this game, plain and simple. You need to hold it down. Play Penn State defense. End this 3-game losing streak right now. Get to 6-3, become bowl eligible. They still should have went to a bowl game last year. They declined to, even though everybody was eligible. They declined to. Because worst comes to worst, they entered the bowl game with a losing record at 4-5. They lose that, they still end with a losing record. You know? But if they win that, they finish at 500. I don't really count 2020 as a whole, but at the same time I do. But I don't count it as a losing season with everything that was stacked against everybody. So Penn State still has not had a losing season since 2003. Even you go back to when they had sanctions and were unable to go to a bowl game in 2012 and 2013, they still finished with a winning record 8-4 and 7-5 respectively. So get to 6 wins, hold on, beat Maryland, get some revenge for last year, and then bring on the Michigan Wolverines next Saturday. And then we'll see, like I said, what time that game kicks off. We'll get back to previewing next week here momentarily as well. So stay tuned for that.
Is the word that comes to mind when you watch this young man from Nazareth, Pennsylvania play.
Overall, you watch the game and you say, well, they've done a pretty good job containing them, but every time
As Penn State kicks off.
for an explosive and way beyond.
Maryland on the return, good coverage, and brought down at the 12-yard line. 1st and 10 Terps from there. Down 10, 24-14 here in the 4th.
And Maryland desperately needs to make something happen here.
Yeah, Maryland's got to go quick. 2 timeouts. That one might come back to hurt them. They called it on the 2-point attempt. They still went for 2, and they still got it tied at 14, but Penn State since then has scored 10 unanswered. Remember that fumble? Okay. Penn State couldn't even capitalize off of it, but Maryland then punted, and then Penn State 2 plays later, Jahan Dotson with that 86-yard touchdown, adding a field goal, 10-point lead. 15-yard completion over the middle, 1st down, Maryland.
Looking like a slot receiver is the starting tailback. Didn't start this game, was a game-time decision to play. Lucky to happen to this game. He catches that ball.
Yeah, Maryland's got to go quick if they want to score here. Get back in this game. 1st and 10, Talia going to roll out near side. It's caught at 31 for 5. 2nd and medium, they're going to give them 6. 2nd and 4. Texas A&M is going to beat Auburn 20-3. So it'll be A&M pulling for Alabama to lose because they have a head-to-head. But then remember, A&M also lost to Arkansas. Arkansas 23-21 at home against Mississippi State. So on 2nd and 4, Maryland does get the first down. We'll take a look at the rankings here in a second as well. I don't know how there's a few teams still at 5 and 3 that the college football playoff put ahead of a few teams that are anywhere from 18 to 25 or even unranked. Mississippi State's being one of them at 17. As the college football playoff rankings are as follows: Georgia, Alabama, Michigan State, Oregon, Ohio State, Cincinnati, Michigan, Oklahoma, Wake Forest, Notre Dame. Georgia won. Alabama plays here in about 5 minutes. Michigan State's going to lose at Purdue. Wake Forest just lost. Baylor might lose. Auburn's going to lose. Mississippi State might lose. Kentucky plays Tennessee later. Minnesota lost. And there's, a few other teams there. But no, it's Georgia, Alabama, Michigan State, Oregon, Ohio State, Cincinnati, Michigan, Oklahoma, Wake Forest, Notre Dame. Oklahoma State, Baylor, Auburn, Texas A&M, BYU, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Kentucky, NC State, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Fresno State, San Diego State, Pitt. That's college football playoff, top 25. Flag on the play. This is coming back. Hold 10 yards. They'll replay second down. It'll be 2nd and 19. Another first down completion over the middle, though. It should be a first down for Maryland. But no, holding, it's going to be coming back. But then your AP top 25 poll is as follows. With Penn State ranked 22nd. It's Georgia, Cincinnati, Alabama, Oklahoma, Michigan State, Ohio State, Oregon, Notre Dame, Michigan, Wake Forest. Oklahoma State, Auburn, Texas A&M, Baylor, Ole Miss, University of San Antonio, BYU, Kentucky, Iowa, Houston, Coastal Carolina, Penn State, SMU, Louisiana Lafayette, and Fresno State. But they, with college football playoff in effect, no more BCS era of college football playoff, once college football playoff rankings are released, that's what they go by the rest of the year. And then it's 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 in the semis, and then the 2 winners meet in the national championship game, which will be January the 10th in Indianapolis. 2nd and 19, hey, they don't care if they got a holding penalty called against them. Tulia Tunglavova finds a receiver down the middle. The open part of the field has been down the middle for both offenses all game long. More so than not for Penn State, but Maryland's starting to figure it out now too. 13 yards on the reception, 3rd and 6. And Tulia Tunglavova going to go down the sack, and the ball comes out. Jaquan Brisker picks it up. I think that might be a fumble. They're starting to whistle it dead now. Okay. Brisker returns it for a touchdown. So they don't look at it. They say it's a fumble. Penn State recovered it, returned it for a touchdown. Touchdown Penn State, but incomplete. 4th down and 6. See a replay here. Tunglavova should have been sacked. Brandon Smith was hit, got back up, and then took him down, forced the incomplete pass. And, yeah, it's incomplete. 4th down and 6. Maryland, of course, going to have to go for it now. 4:17 to play. 4th and 6, down 10 with 2 timeouts. No, but that's your AP and college football playoff rankings. As we sit, 4th and 6, Tarburton on a missed tackle for a sack. Talia rolling out near side. It's going to be picked off by Jaquan Brisker. No fumble. Well, play later. He gets the interception. And Brisker intercepts Talia. That's 2 turnovers now by the Maryland offense. Turnovers kill you. 2 turn. Now we got a late penalty flag. God damn it. See what this is. This might be against Penn State. See what the penalty flag is, as I have got a hold on Joey Porter Jr. Shit falling all over the place here on my end. My big board wants to take a seat, wants this game to be over with, but got 4 minutes to play. That's probably a good call. So turnover, the interception comes off the board. Maryland keeps it 1st and 10, down 10, 24-14, 4 minutes and counting, under 4 to play now, 3:59. Let's go. Get another stop. 1st and 10, Terps from midfield. Tulia looking to throw. Screen near side, complete. And 9, maybe 10 on the reception for getting pushed out of bounds. Second and short officially. Purdue now leads by 10, 37-27 over Michigan State. Arkansas still 23-21 over Mississippi State. We'll keep that game on until they wrap up with as close as they are. And then, of course, A&M going to beat Auburn. But then we've got a few more good games to kick off. LSU, Alabama here at 7 o'clock here, along with Tennessee, Kentucky, Iowa, Northwestern, Boise State, Fresno State. At the bottom of the hour, Oregon, Washington, Indiana, Michigan. So Penn State fans, of course, Michigan rolling in next week. Watch that game tonight. Also, Florida, South Carolina, Clemson, Louisville, Texas, Iowa State. You know, keep an eye out. Watch the Panthers. Watch the Cincinnati Bearcats. Watch the Iowa State Cyclones. Watch Alabama and watch Oregon for Matt Roll, Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell, Bill O'Brien, and Joe Moorhead as potential candidates as James Franklin will leave. Another couple of late penalty flags against Penn State defense. 3 straight plays now. And here we go with the officials trying to officiate this finish. And it's going to be a pass interference against the Penn State defense. Automatic first down with 3:24 to play for Maryland, allowing them to get back in this game, it seems like. Got a couple good late kicks after dark. University of San Antonio and UTEP as well, along San Diego State and Hawaii. And then we'll preview next week for games that we haven't done so already, with games that have official kick times for next week, minus ones we already did with no times. Penn State, Michigan, like I said, probably a noon or a 3:30 game next week if I'd have to guess. A&M officially beats Auburn. Jimbo Fisher, post-game interview with Jamie Erdahl on the field. And he has A&M sitting pretty. I wouldn't mind Jimbo Fisher, but his buyout is very large. 2nd and 3. Tulia, it's going to be intercepted again. Jair Brown, interception return for a touchdown. And he's not even at the 20-yard line. Touchdown, Penn State. Boom. There's your finish. They found a way today to run the football, and they found a way to finish the game. No penalties on the field. Penn State 30, Maryland 14, penning the extra point. And Brisker just jumped the route. And about a 89-yard interception return for a touchdown for Penn State. There's your 2 explosive plays, one on offense, one on defense from 85-plus yards out. Both, of course, resulted in touchdowns as hoped in that result. But still no special teams. They have a running game, but there's a defensive score for you. And now Penn State with an extra point to make it 31-14 here to seal it. Maryland crowd, they've since gone home. Still 2:39 to play, but there's your ball game, folks. Penn State going to snap their 3-game losing streak. They'll defeat Maryland. Whether it's going to be 31-14 as your final score or not, we'll see. But they'll become bowl eligible, get to 6 wins, 6-3, and Michigan rolls in next week. So, like I said, watch Indiana, Michigan coming up here in about a half hour or so in the nation. See what Michigan's got going for them tonight. In a primetime 7:30 matchup at home, just as Penn State had against Indiana a little over a month ago, and Penn State hasn't won since. They'll win for the first time since then, coming up here momentarily. So,
scored 33, but they got a defensive touchdown, so they held Ohio State in the mid-20s. And Maryland, when you look at this, when it's all said and done, this
We are Penn State. Defense. When it came down to it, defense made another stop. PSU. Let's go. PSU. And Franklin will keep his job for the time being. He loses to Michigan State. Hell, he loses to Rutgers. The talk will start back up. It'll slow down here over the next couple weeks. And he might stay. He might not. If he leaves, he leaves. He stays, he stays. Okay? There's nothing not any of us can do about it, all right? Yeah. Play that fight song. There's no way in hell Maryland's coming back and winning this game now. You would have said that a couple minutes ago. Okay, maybe, but no, not now. Yeah, they had to strike quickly a minute ago. They had to score quick, and look where that got them. Interception return for a touchdown by Penn State. Tulia Tungalaveau over the middle, complete. And Charlie Katzer, 45, along Curtis Jacobs, 23 on the stop. Be a 7-yard pickup. Second down and 3 with 2:22 to play. We're going to have to turn on Fox here. TCU 30-28 with 1:47 to play, leading Baylor. Charlotte just beat Rice in OT, 31-24. Michigan State with a safety, 37-29. Purdue has the football, though. They'll have a first down at the 15-yard line, it looks like here. Marching in, 2.5 to play. They scored games. I mean, games for the most part over now. A lot of good games right now. The next week's schedule looks pretty damn good, too. Come down the stretch here in November in college football. It's a hold. And then Tulia fumbles it on the sack. He still goes down, but he fumbles it, and Penn State recovers. No? Well, it doesn't matter. 1:40 to play. Clock's ticking. Maryland still has 2 timeouts. They're not in any hurry now. Penn State going to hold on to win here. As 52 and 92. Jordan Vandenberg and Smith Vilbert on the sack. Second and 19 for the Terps. And nice big tackle by number 3, Johnny Dixon, the transfer from South Carolina. Gamecocks in action coming up here shortly against the Gators of Florida. Steve Spurrier Bowl. Old ball coach himself. Under a minute to play. 3rd and 14 for Maryland. From the 47. Tulia over the middle, complete. And a tackle by Daquan Hardy, 4th down, and they got one more play. Penn State might get it back to take a knee, but we'll see. The Lions going to win it, though, 31-14. Tulia, incomplete. Maryland's had way too many goddamn drops today. 2 turnovers. They turn it over again. Penn State take one final kneel down. And the Nittany Lions will get to 6-3, become bowl eligible. And will defeat the Maryland Terrapins 31-14 before Michigan, Rutgers on senior day before Thanksgiving, and then at Michigan State. Season's not over just yet. They still have a chance. It's a slim chance. And it's going to go back to those couple losses. A total of 5 points against Iowa and Illinois, and then losing by 9 last week at Ohio State. But a week later, to begin November, Sean Clifford takes one final kneel down, and the Penn State blue and white Nittany Lions will defeat the Maryland Terrapins 31-14 advancing to 6-3, becoming bowl eligible. Post-game handshake with James Franklin and Mike Loxley. 3, 2, 1, win. Penn State wins it 31-14 over Maryland, and the Nittany Lions pick up their first win in a little over a month's time since they defeated Indiana 24-0 on October the 2nd. Here today, November the 6th, they defeat Maryland on the road. Now 2-2 on the road. At Wisconsin, at Maryland, the wins. At Iowa, at Ohio State, the losses. Lost, of course, at home to Illinois as well, but then also defeated Ball State, Auburn, Villanova, and Indiana right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. 6-3, 3-game losing streak over with. Michigan rolls in next week. We'll see what time the game kicks off. Like I said, if I'd have to guess, it'll be a noon or a 3:30 game. For the most part now, probably going to be a 3:30 kick on, if I'd have to guess, ABC, ESPN, Fox, FS1. Maybe they get a November night game. We'll see. But Michigan's going to be in action here coming up shortly, hosting Indiana. The game will be on Fox. See the game we're going to switch this over to. We'll actually turn on Fox. Chaos, chaos, chaos. Top 25 teams on upset. Baylor's going to lose, as they will win for their former coach and Gary Patterson, who stepped down last Sunday. They honestly probably should have let him finish out the year. But Baylor goes down. They'll lose at TCU after defeating Texas last week. Texas, Iowa State coming up shortly. This might be one of the craziest Saturdays in college football season long, the way all these games have played out. Seriously. And I mean, we've had a damn good college football season to this point. And as many games as I've watched so far this season, every year, of course, as always, this might be one of the craziest Saturdays in quite a while, at least all season long at this point. TCU's going to win it 30-28, so we just turned on Fox after Penn State defeated Maryland. TCU's going to beat Baylor. We'll see what game we turn on now next, along with a couple of these other games, of course, on a couple of these other TVs I currently have up. So TCU wins it 30-28. Dave Aranda, Mel Tucker, both coaches going to lose on the road. Baylor and Michigan State, respectively. Both going to be candidates for LSU as well. So keep in mind, you know, if that talk, just because they lost, starts up again, TCU is going to storm the field, defeat the 12th ranked Baylor Bears by 2, 30-28. So, all right, Cincinnati just won. Trying to keep up on everything. Purdue defeats Michigan State 40-29, so the Spartans lose. Mississippi State just scored to go up 28-23 at Arkansas. Oklahoma still has a lot to prove. Hell, Oklahoma should have like 5, 6, 7, 8 losses right now, for God's sakes. Now, how the hell they've been able to win these games this year? But they found ways to win. And Penn State found a way to win today, too, on the road, so I'll take it. UCF beat Tulane. Okay, LSU, Alabama underway. I guess we could probably turn that game on, say, this TV. Okay. Full stats and scores, post-game recap, Penn State, Maryland, momentarily. Stay tuned. Okay. Just make sure I have everything set, as always. Purdue with another upset. Jeff Braun, he's done a hell of a job in West Lafayette with Bowmakers. Hot seat, yeah. Was he going to leave a few times? Maybe. Stays put. And Purdue's not necessarily really that big of a surprise this year, but to some, I would say, yeah, that they are. So in the meantime, as a couple of these get into the final and a few games about to kick off, a few field stormings, TCU and Purdue defeating Baylor and Michigan State. Mississippi State, Arkansas coming down the wire. Okay. LSU, Alabama, have that on now. Let's see where we're at. Those are your noon games that are officially done and over with. Those are your 3:30 games that are, for the most part, said and done with as well now, too. Let's see what else we got. So, A&M won officially by a final score of 20-3 over Auburn. Okay, so we got to switch off Fox again, turn on. I just got to look ahead to 7:30, 10 o'clock, what games are going on then. Arizona beat Cal for their first win, 10-3. You got to be kidding me. Okay, Tennessee, Kentucky's underway. Iowa, Northwestern's underway as well. Turn that one on. Boise State, Fresno State is a good one. Okay, so I'm going to one on, let's see, Fox on my main TV, Indiana, Michigan, of course, so I can scout for Penn State, Michigan next week. Get ready for the Wolverines. So we'll keep on Fox. Keep on Fox on that. On TV2, currently, LSU, Alabama. But once, just how I have everything set up, for myself at least, once Mississippi State, Arkansas wraps up, we'll put LSU, Alabama on that TV, technically number 3, I guess you could say. And on what's in front of me, we'll put on Boise State, Fresno State. But we got to wait for Mississippi State, Arkansas to wrap up. And then on this other TV, a couple 7:30 games, Oregon, Washington, Florida, South Carolina, Clemson, Louisville. I want to watch Iowa, Northwestern. I do. I want to watch these other games as well. But I'm going to watch Texas, Iowa State. Yeah, we're going to watch Texas, Iowa State. Of course, I got some time to figure this all out. Should just recap and sign off and then be done for the evening. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow as well for the NFL, and then on Monday night for Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw as well, the NFL and WWE. Of course, when you lose, you say little, but when you win, you say less. Penn State wins at 31-14. They finally found a running game. We'll get the final stats and scores pulled up here in a second. I just want to make sure, of course, I have everything set for all the games still, of course, to kick off later on tonight. There's always football on any given day of the week. So, doesn't matter who it is, what channel, what time. LSU's going to run a fake punt, and then they run a... What the hell was that? Alabama caught off guard. They run a fake punt, and then they run a Tebow jump pass from the punter, and LSU gets a first down. Wow. On 4th and 4, they do snap it to the punter, but then the upbacks run up to block, and then the punter starts running, and then he runs a jump pass, and LSU gets a first down. That's a damn good play. Boom, says Ed Orgeron 3-4 times. He's not going to be coach next year, but he's living his best life right now as the season will wind down here for the next couple weeks.
First, there was Vegas.
Hell, Ed Orgeron could still end back up at USC. He's been the interim out there a couple times, but they never gave him the head job, and then he wound up at LSU and won a national championship. And 2 years later, he's out. But he's still coaching. So they should have done with Gary Patterson at TCU, but effective immediately, he was not let go, but they parted ways, and he's no longer the TCU head coach. What a play that was. And then Alabama gets a hold called against them on defense a play later. And yeah, there's that. LSU looking to strike first at Alabama here tonight. So I guess tonight I'll have, Indiana, Michigan. Once Mississippi State, Arkansas wraps up here, LSU, Alabama on that TV. We'll flip on Boise State, Fresno State as well. I always like those, not necessarily small mid-card matchups for the non-Power 5 games. But if it's a good football game on paper, it's for the most part probably going to be a good football game on the field. That's why they play the game. And then, of course, I'll throw Texas and Iowa State on as well. Of course, getting some look. I know what Matt Rule has to offer. You know, he won at Temple, he won at Baylor. If he can win there, he can win at Penn State. You know, Fickle, okay, at Cincinnati, 6-6 as an interim at Ohio State 10 years ago. He's been able to win consistently at Cincinnati. At Iowa State for Matt Campbell, he's a program builder as well. He's been able to win consistently. You know, get your eyes on Matt Rule, Luke Fickle, and Matt Campbell from the Carolina Panthers, Cincinnati Bearcats, and Iowa State Cyclones for potentially the next Penn State head coach, James Franklin would leave for, say, USC or LSU or elsewhere. Get accustomed. Get used to it. Because that's what Penn State, of course, would look like if they take over. Along with Bill O'Brien, but we've seen Penn State fans, what Billy Ball has been able to do at college and the NFL level. So we know that. And, of course, Joe Moorhead as well, as a Penn State former offensive coordinator for 2 years, as Franklin had him in 16 and 17. Franklin, of course, took over for O'Brien, who was head coach in 12 and 13. And Moorhead left as O'Brien left for the NFL. Houston Texans led them to the playoffs. Got fired beginning of last year after starting 0-4. Sort of running out of town, in my opinion, after they gave him, control. Which really they should have just stuck to him coaching, because he'd probably still be there, honestly. But now he's the offensive coordinator at Alabama. To tie this all up, Moorhead's former job, head coach Mississippi State, Mike Leach took over for him, as Leach was in the Pac-12, and Moorhead's in the Pac-12 now as the offensive coordinator at Oregon. So, keep an eye out for Matt Rule, Luke Fickle, Matt Campbell, Bill O'Brien, Joe Moorhead in that order from myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, on who could potentially replace James Franklin. Even with a win today, if Franklin would leave Penn State for, say, USC, LSU, or elsewhere. Only time will tell, though. But keep an eye out for that week after Thanksgiving, from the 28th to the 4th of November to December, after the regular season finale, unless, of course, Penn State gets the Big Ten Championship game, which I still don't see it happening by any means, but we've seen crazy shit happen. But, last week it was Michigan State, Penn State, Ohio State. So those two games are done. But everybody still has to play each other. Penn State, Michigan next week. Penn State at Michigan State in 3 weeks. Ohio State, Michigan State. Ohio State, Michigan as well. So everybody's going to play each other in the Big Ten East. So I've seen crazy shit happen. Only time's going to tell. But, I doubt it. Don't get me wrong. But just throwing it out there. And we'll see if it sticks. I know it won't, but you never know. No, but we'll have a couple good games on here, as we always have a couple good games on at all time slots throughout the day, on Saturdays in the fall for college football, and Sundays as well for the NFL. As Arkansas will score a late touchdown with 21 seconds to go, a 4-yard touchdown run, as they trailed by 5, will now lead by a point, and they'll probably have to go for 2 here to make it a 3-point game. Just make sure Mississippi State, of course, doesn't get in field goal range to, try to tie it or win it with a kick. 29-28 Arkansas over Mississippi State. 29-28, 21 seconds to play.
Just looking at my account, and I've got all this extra cash back. Yep,
as the Hogs are running wild.
Discover will automatically match all the cash back new card members earn at the end of their first year.
You matched everything I earned this year?
Yeah.
Woo! More money, more money! Ah!
All very exciting.
I'm gonna spread the news.
Spread it wide.
It's cashback match, people!
So we'll see how this game finishes up. But yeah, Indiana, Michigan, Boise State, Fresno State,
News for Heartburn sufferers.
Mississippi State, Arkansas finish with, just as it was earlier, Wake Forest, North Carolina finishing up. And then Michigan State, Purdue. Now it's Mississippi State, Arkansas, and then LSU, Alabama with, Texas, Iowa State about to kick off here momentarily. But Arkansas with that touchdown. And if they can hold on to win here, they're going to go for two. They're up a point, 29-28, 21 seconds to play. And then Mike Leach, of course, with his air raid offense. See if they can get Phil Granger even score a touchdown to win it. But the Hogs and everybody in the state, if the Hogs can win, going to have a little too much fun. Probably a little bit against the law. Ask myself. Here's a 2-point attempt. They're going to run it up the gut, and he gets it. 31-28 Arkansas. So Mississippi State's at least going to need a field goal to tie it. Touchdown will win it, but to force overtime, they're going to need a field goal. Arkansas is looking to become bowl eligible here today at 6-3 as well. Maybe we get Penn State, Arkansas in a bowl game. I'd love that. It'd be a good matchup.
But they're going to Baylor next week. Watching chaos travels, man. Chaos travels. Numbers down this season for Ty Freifogel. The wideout seeks his first score since week 2. Hoosiers at Michigan. That one coming up on Fox. Bijan Robinson held the season lows in yards per rush. The last week's loss at Baylor. He looks to run Texas above 500.
I wonder what Mike Leach is thinking right now. I do. Wonder how his post-game press conference would be. Post-game interview as well. If they win, lose, what's he thinking about this game, this crowd? He'll probably still eat some bacon when they get home, win or lose anyway. So, touchback on the kick. We'll see the finish of this. And we'll turn some other games on here, and then post-game recap here still with Penn State, Maryland. So we'll stay on here a little bit longer. Still got to preview games to come next week as well. With we'll do that in full with everybody that. Or for every game that, whether it has kick time announced yet or not. But a good one with Arkansas and Mississippi State. 31-28 Hogs over the Dogs. Coastal Carolina leads Georgia to Southern. Clay Helton's new gig, 21-0 at halftime. Okay, Mississippi State pass complete to the 42. They got one timeout. They get up there and clock it. Clock's going to stop for a second for a first down. You got to get up there and go. Spike it. Or if you're going to snap it, go. Of course, empty set. 5 wide air raid offense for Mike Leach and the Dogs. Complete near side. He gets out of bounds at the 45. 2 plays. They're in Arkansas territory at the 45. They got 2 more plays with 8 seconds. They got 1 more play with a timeout to get field goal range, Joe. Yeah, they do. Tennessee, Kentucky tied at 7. Iowa, Northwestern underway as well. 0-0. Boise State 3-0 at Fresno State. And then we'll update final stats and scores with everything ongoing. Preview next week once we wrap up here. So stay tuned. Down the middle, it's caught at the 22-yard line. First down, Mississippi State with 2 seconds. Timeout. Timeout. Here comes your potential game-tying field goal to force overtime with Mississippi State and Arkansas. So if he makes it, we're going to overtime. He misses, the game's over, and Arkansas will win. And they'll definitely be having a little too much fun. Calling the Hogs. Once Mississippi State leaves Fayetteville this evening. Win or loss. Michigan about to take the field as well. Got a whole hell of a lot going on right now. Hard to keep up as here come the winged helmets. Go blue. They touch the banner. Jim Harbaugh running out with the Wolverines. Michigan at Penn State next Saturday. So we'll hail to the victors tonight to hope for a good game. Potentially top 25 matchup next week. Because I would think Penn State should be ranked. They'll continue to stay ranked in the AP poll, but are they going to be ranked in the college football playoff rankings? And if Michigan wins, they'll be ranked as well, so it'll be a top 25 game next week. And then maybe it will be a November night game. Michigan's got a night game, though, right now. At home. They going to go on the road, play 2 straight night games? Probably not. That's what I'm saying. Next week, Michigan, Penn State, probably going to be a noon or a 3:30 game on, if I'd have to guess, ABC, ESPN, maybe Fox, FS1, but we'll see. But Indiana, Michigan, here comes your kick with Mississippi State to force overtime as Arkansas just called a timeout. As LSU leads Alabama 7-0. Texas, Iowa State about to kick off as well. Those are going to be the games I'm going to have on here the next couple hours. But in the meantime, here's your 40-yard field goal for Mississippi State to tie to force overtime. Low snap, hold, kick's no good. Arkansas wins it. Knuckleball left. Arkansas wins 31-28. As Mississippi State falls to 5-4, another top 25 team goes down. Arkansas 6-3, they win it 31-28 at home against Mississippi State. Yeah. This arguably is the best Saturday of the college football season with the way these games have gone thus far today. No doubt about it. With as many upsets as there's been, many good, close games. Couple, not necessarily blowouts, but had a few of those too, as always. But, yeah. We're entering November, and we still got football to be played tonight and in the weeks to come. And months to come as well. Oh, national championship game's, what, 2 months away? But no. Today, arguably, I'd say definitely the best college football Saturday of the year to this point. In general, as a whole, from start to finish. With as many good games as I've seen already today. And the night's still young. These night games haven't even kicked off yet, for the most part. So, go Hogs. Arkansas wins it 31-28 against Mississippi State. After the Bulldogs, as the Hogs get the best of the dogs, even though dogs are better than cats, and the dogs are number one. Georgia is, yeah. Dogs are, no doubt about it, the best animal on planet Earth. Wouldn't know what to do without the big dog. And no, that's not the head of the table. Current tribal chief, who we shall acknowledge, and Roman Reigns. That's my big dog, who's right here by my side. So, new commercial with the college football mascots, it looks like. All right, so we'll have Indiana, Michigan. Along with the Tennessee scores again 14-7 at Kentucky. Either a lot of whiskey or a lot of bourbon is going to be drank in one of those two states tonight. Win or lose, and especially after a loss, more so than not, and whoever wins. But Boise State now 10-0 at Fresno State. Iowa Northwestern still tied at 0. All right, so we're going to see these 7:30 kicks. These 7:30 games kick off, I should say. From the Big House in Ann Arbor to get a sneak peek, a little bit of a preview to what Michigan has a week before they roll right here in Happy Valley to take on Penn State. They host Indiana. Indiana's had a tough schedule. They have playing a lot of top 25 teams and getting beat. But Indiana goes to Penn State. They go to Michigan. Hell, Nebraska got Michigan and Ohio State at home in the same year. I don't know how the hell that happened, but Michigan can kick off. So Indiana back deep to receive. Be left to right for the Hoosiers. Fair catch, 1st and 10 from the 25. So, all right. Switch a couple of these. So, Indiana, Michigan, along with Boise State and Fresno State on CBS Sports Network. Okay, on the SEC Network, following Arkansas's winner of Mississippi State, South Carolina, Florida. Or should I say Florida, South Carolina. As it is a South Carolina home game. But we're going to switch over to LSU and Alabama. As we had that on, but we're just going to switch it to a different TV. Yeah, these are the 4 games I'm going to have on now the rest of the night until 10 o'clock rolls around. Indiana, Michigan, Boise State, Fresno State, LSU, Alabama, Texas, Iowa State. As we're underway here in the nightcap. Oregon, Washington's on right now as well. Florida, South Carolina, Clemson, Louisville, Iowa, Northwestern. A couple more games I'd love to be watching, but these are the 4 best, I'd say, that at least I want to watch. And then still to come tonight. And we'll update some scores. As South Florida leads Houston right now, early first quarter, 7-0. Update some scores. Go over everything, that's already gone final. Still to come tonight, though, along with preview next week. Final stats and scores from Penn State, Maryland here in a jiffy as well. San Jose State, Nevada, University of Texas Antonio, UTEP, USC, Arizona State, and San Diego State, Hawaii, still to kick. But then it seems to me everything else is underway. Texas, Iowa State, Clemson, Louisville, Florida, South Carolina, Indiana, Michigan, Oregon, Washington. UCF beat Tulane 14-10. Wyoming beat Colorado State 31-17. Troy beat South Alabama 31-24. Rhode Island over UMass 35-22. Western Kentucky 48-21 over Middle Tennessee State. In overtime, as mentioned, Charlotte beat Rice 31-24. Arizona beat Cal for their first one of the season, 10-3. They are now 1-8, as Cal drops to 3-6. Texas State 27-19 over Bowden, Richrod, Louisiana Monroe. East Carolina 45-3 over Temple. North Texas beat Southern Miss 38-14. App State 48-14 over Arkansas State. Miami 33-30 over Georgia Tech. Memphis 28-25 defeating SMU. They have now lost 2 straight back-to-back for losing to Houston last Saturday night on a game-winning 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Kansas State beat Kansas 35-10. UAB 52-38, over Louisiana Tech. Army beat Air Force earlier in overtime as well, 21-14. Pitt over Duke, 54-29. Wisconsin, a final at Rutgers, 52-3. Illinois beat Minnesota, 14-6. Ole Miss, 27-14 over... Ole Miss, 27-14 over Liberty in Hugh Freeze's return. BYU, 59-14 over Idaho State. Texas A&M 23 over Auburn. TCU defeating Baylor 30-28. Oklahoma State 24-3 over West Virginia. Notre Dame won 34-6, defeating Navy. North Carolina in a shootout. No defense is played in this game, defeating Wake Forest 58-55. That's a couple of shootouts Wake Forest has been in. Now, they were in a shootout at Army a couple weeks ago. Got to number 9 in the country, 8-0. They lose their first, and it's because of their defense giving up more points. That's why they lost. 28-20, Cincy over Tulsa. Ohio State beat Nebraska 26-17. Purdue beat Michigan State 40-29. Georgia 43-6 over Mizzou. Utah State beat New Mexico State 35-13. NC State 28-14 over Florida State. Mike Norvell might be fighting for his job, the way Florida State's been. And then currently ongoing, New Mexico leads UNLV 7-0. Colorado 10-0 over Oregon State. Old Dominion 17-7 over Florida International. Boise State 10-0 over Fresno State. Iowa 0-0, tied up at Northwestern from Ryan, Phil, and Evanston. Tennessee 14-7 at Kentucky. LSU leads Alabama 7-0 as they near the end of the first quarter. Coastal Carolina, as mentioned, 21-0 leading Georgia Southern. Marshall at halftime leading Florida Atlantic 21-13. And then also, of course, with Boise State up 10 at Fresno State. LSU leading at Alabama by 7-0. Texas, Iowa State, Indiana, Michigan knotted up at 0 apiece. Arkansas just defeated Mississippi State as well. And now into next week. Preview next week here. See how many top 25 teams have already lost today and who else could still potentially lose. Hopefully we'll tune in for NFL Live Watch Long Reactions, though, tomorrow as well. Packers, Chiefs, and then on Monday night for Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw. We'll see what time Penn State, Michigan kicks off next week from right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium. Next week's slate looks very good in the world of college football as well, so through that here in a second momentarily once it loads. And then, okay, there we go. Okay, Maction again on Tuesday and Wednesday, as mentioned. Buffalo, Miami, Ohio, Akron, Western Michigan, Ohio, Eastern Michigan, Toledo, Bowling Green, Ball State, Northern Illinois, Kent State, Central Michigan. North Carolina at Pitt from the Steel City next Thursday. Cincinnati at South Florida, Wyoming at Boise State next Friday. Next Saturday, Georgia, Tennessee, Maryland, Michigan State, Purdue, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Oklahoma, Baylor, NC State, Wake Forest, Notre Dame, Virginia, TCU, Oklahoma State, Minnesota, Iowa, Northwestern, Wisconsin, Miami, and Florida State, Rutgers, Indiana, West Virginia, Kansas State, Kansas, Texas, Iowa State, Texas Tech, USC, Cal, Stanford, Oregon State, Utah, Arizona, Arizona State, Washington, Colorado, UCLA, Utah State, San Jose State, and now into the games that have kick times that we've held off on now for a little bit. New Mexico State, Alabama, Mississippi State, Auburn. Both teams going to be coming off losses. It will be from the Plains, Jordan Hare, Auburn, Alabama, next Saturday at noon on ESPN. So count out Penn State, Michigan on ESPN next Saturday at noon. Samford, Florida, UConn plays at Clemson. Syracuse, Louisville, Maine, UMass, Central Florida, SMU should be a good one. East Carolina, Memphis, Houston, Temple from the Lincoln, Philly. Bucknell at Army. Western Kentucky, Rice. Georgia State, Coastal Carolina, South Alabama, App State. Georgia Southern, Texas State. Charlotte, Louisiana Tech. Florida International, Middle Tennessee State. Florida Atlantic, Old Dominion. UAB, Marshall. Southern Miss, University of Texas San Antonio. Boston College, Georgia Tech. Duke, Virginia Tech. Louisiana Lafayette and Troy. Okay, so Penn State, Michigan really could be noon on ABC or 3:30 on any network. Yeah, and then we'll get into these later games now next week here in a second. And at 4 o'clock next week, South Carolina, Mizzou. UTEP, North Texas. Tulsa, Tulane. Hawaii, UNLV. Later on tonight, I'll have on what will be University of Texas San Antonio and UTEP from El Paso. And then Hawaii from the islands with a midnight kick. Hosting, who does Hawaii play again? Shit, who does Hawaii play again? Let me check. Hawaii hosts, who is it? Oh, that's right, San Diego State. Brady Hoke, former Michigan head coach. That's right, yeah. Okay. That should be a good one, yeah. His name might come up for USC. I'd be shocked if that happens. Or even, say, TCU or... yeah, probably just TCU over Texas Tech. TCU might hire Sonny Dykes at SMU. He might go to Texas Tech, though. Followed in his father's footsteps. Justin Fuente at Virginia Tech might go back to Texas Christian. Of course, there's going to be a few assistants across the country as well that, you know, good starting points potentially. You know, Joe Moorhead maybe to Washington State, maybe Bill O'Brien to TCU. If I'm anybody between TCU and Texas Tech, I want the TCU job over the Red Raiders. I'd rather be a Horned Frog than a Red Raider, but and that's just credit to what Gary Patterson did over the past 22 years as the head coach. You know, when TCU and Boise State were making noise, like, it was unheard of, you know, a non-Power 5 team like that could get in the BCS and be this close to playing for a national championship. And, of course, the college football playoff then came about. Now, of course, we still want to expand it and so on and so forth. And, you know, now it's, I mean, still Boise State, but you got, you know, App State, Coastal Carolina, among a few others that I'm probably, you know, forgetting about, non-Power 5 wise at least. I don't want to forget anybody, but just thinking off the top of my head, you know, that, like, yeah, what, it was Boise State at first, and then it was TCU. And Boise, I still don't know why the hell they're not in, especially with all this talk of playoff expansion and, you know, conference realignment. How the hell they're not in the Pac-12 or the Big 12? More so than not, probably in the Big 12 with BYU. But then the Pac-12 being in the North. But then sitting at 4-4 and have a down year, but still in a big game at Fresno State right now. You know, like, yeah, Boise State, as TCU jumped from the non-Power 5 to the Big 12 after they had success, they've stayed steady. You know, Boise State would probably have the same amount of success, I'd say, but no, yeah, it's a crazy world we live in, to say the least. So I'll leave it at that now. Next week, Hawaii, UNLV, Arkansas State, Louisiana Monroe, Texas A&M, Ole Miss is next Saturday night, 7 o'clock on ESPN. If I'd have to bet, I bet you any money, that's where College Game Day is going to be at. Now, if Baylor would have won, they'd probably be in Waco against Oklahoma, if I'm not mistaken. Because Baylor already played at Oklahoma State. They lost to the Cowboys and lost to TCU earlier.
Listen, State Farm offers rates that fit any budget.
Oh, the other game would have been...
Just anyone now?
Yeah.
He's just
as TCU plays at Oklahoma State next week. Their game would have been NC State, Wake Forest, but Wake Forest lost. Yeah, Oklahoma, Baylor next week. And then, you know, Penn State's ranked. That's another top 25 matchup. You know, Michigan at Penn State next week. But they've already been to Happy Valley this year. And Penn State with 3 losses. Michigan with the 1 loss last week at Michigan State, trying to rebound before heading here. Yeah, if I'd have to guess next week, game day is going to be, and they're at Cincinnati today. I don't know why. They really should have been at, I mean, I get to talk about Cincinnati, but they already made up their mind before the college football playoff rankings were released. And if I'm Cincinnati, I'm pissed. They're not number 6. They're the number 2 team in the country. But the past couple of weeks, and they might stay steady at 6 because they had trouble with Tulsa today. But Ohio State had trouble with Tulsa earlier this year, too. So, what do we got? Yeah, they went there. They really probably should have been at University of San Antonio and UTEP. But no, if I'd have to guess next week, game day is going to be from the Grove, as Ole Miss will host Texas A&M. And then we'll see if they get Katy Perry to be the special guest picker. But, yeah, that's 2 7-2 squads in the SEC West. And another second-place matchup, as A&M was in one today with Auburn, as everybody's behind Alabama still. So, yeah, that's where game day will be next week, if I'd have to guess. I don't really care. I'm just trying to figure out what time Penn State, Michigan's going to kick off. If I had to guess, like I said, noon, 3:30 on any network. We'll see. Also next week, Kentucky, Vandy, New Mexico, Fresno State, along with Air Force, Colorado State. Arkansas, LSU, going to be a good one next Saturday night, 7:30 on SC Network, between the two border states. No 7:30 game on ABC yet, and no 7:30 game on Fox yet. So don't be shocked if Penn State, Michigan's a night game next week. Also got Washington State, Oregon, Nevada, San Diego State as well. For a night game on ABC next week, for games that have yet to be announced, if I'd have to guess, it's going to come down to Michigan, Penn State, Oklahoma, Baylor. NC State, Wake Forest will be earlier in the afternoon. Notre Dame, Virginia. It's not a Notre Dame home game, so they'll be on the road in Charlottesville. So not on NBC. Minnesota, Iowa, Northwestern Wisconsin. One of those will be on the Big Ten Network, if I'd have to guess. But we got a Big Ten 7:30 kick on Fox right now, which I'm surprised about with Indiana, Michigan. And a 7:30 kick in the Big 12 is always on FS1, or even a little bit earlier, around 6 or later. But long story short, as those are your stats and scores for games that have, whether they are currently on or have since gone final, from this week, along with your preview for next week, we still got to see who has lost in top 25 today, ranking-wise, along with reviewing post-game recap here with Penn State and Maryland for some final stats and scores, so stay tuned. But long story short, if I have to guess, Penn State, Michigan next week is going to be at either noon or 3:30. But I wouldn't be shocked if it is a 7:30 kick on whatever network it ends up on. I don't really care what network it ends up on, and I really don't care what time it is, noon, 3:30, 7:30. I'd like a 3:30 or a night game again next week for Penn State, Michigan. It's going to be a Penn State helmet stripe out for the first time ever. Of course, Penn State known for the whiteout. They've since got their foot in on the stripe out that a few teams do across the country. But now Penn State will have the first ever Penn State helmet stripe out next week. It'll be a whiteout, but then there's, I believe, 2 sections on the east and west sides, of course, sidelines, north and south end zones, that they're supposed, if you're in that section, you're supposed to wear blue and make it look like a Penn State helmet. Of course, the Penn State black shoes, basic blues, no names, all game, blue and white uniform. The helmet is a white helmet with a blue stripe down the middle. So next week, Michigan, Penn State, whatever time they kick off, it'll be the first ever Penn State helmet stripe out matchup. And hopefully we'll tune in for live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then. And thank you for tuning in this afternoon and listening to Penn State defeating Maryland 31-14. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So college football playoff ranking-wise, who has lost? Michigan State, Wake Forest, Baylor, Auburn, Mississippi State, Minnesota. That's 6 right now. And Georgia won. Okay, they'll stay at 1. Alabama's on right now. Oregon's on right now. Ohio State won. Cincinnati won. Michigan's on right now. Oklahoma's off. So Oklahoma's going to jump a little bit. Wake Forest lost. As did Michigan State at 3. Notre Dame won, so they'll jump. Oklahoma State won. Baylor, Auburn at 12 and 13 lost. A&M, BYU, Ole Miss, they all won. Mississippi State lost. Kentucky's on right now. NC State won. Right? Yeah, NC State won. Beat Florida State. Minnesota lost. Wisconsin won. Iowa's on right now. Fresno State's on right now. San Diego State's on later, and Pitt won. So it's going to stay at 6 for the time being. But at a max, say if Alabama, which all these teams aren't going to lose, but just say if Alabama, Oregon, Michigan, Kentucky, Iowa, Fresno State, and San Diego State all lost, that's another 7. That's 13 of the top 25 teams. If they would all lose as well, 13 of the top 25 would lose this week. I think that would be a record. I don't see that happening. 6 is a pretty good number for a good week. I mean, that's how good of a week it's been in college football. And, you know, like I said, the night's still young. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a few more upsets later on tonight. I wouldn't. We'll see how these games play out. Indiana, Michigan, tied at 0. Boise State extends their lead. LSU still leads Alabama. Iowa State now 3-0 at home, leading Hook'em and the Texas Longhorns. So there's all that with recapping everything that's happened today, whether it's final or currently ongoing. Previewing next week. Seeing, of course, who's lost in the top 25. And right now it's 6 top 25 teams in the loss column here this afternoon. And now back to, of course, the 4 games I have currently on. 2 at a commercial break, 2 ongoing. All in the first half, though, as they just kicked off about a half hour or so ago now. We roll up on 8 o'clock Eastern time this Saturday night. About, what would we say, hour or so ago now. Yeah, maybe a little less. Nothing more. Penn State picked up their first win in a month. The Penn State Nittany Lions defeat the Maryland Terrapins 31-14. 31-14 is your final score. Maryland with a loss drops to 5-4. Penn State with a win advances to 6-3 and becomes bowl eligible. So start planning for late December, early January. Penn State's going bowling. Penn State is going to their first bowl game in 2 years. They should have went to one last year, but they declined with the COVID-shortened season. So 0-5. Of course, this 3-game losing streak hadn't had one since then because they won 4 in a row to close out last year, 5 in a row to begin this year, and then they lost 3 in a row. So 5-3 entering today at 5-3 Maryland. But they win. Penn State does. The blue and white get the better of the Terps, make them go back hiding in their shells. 31-14 your final score. In a losing effort, Tulia Tungalovoa finished 41 of 57 for 371 yards passing, a touchdown, an interception, and then Maryland also had another turnover as well, and a fumble. Penn State in the win, Sean Clifford was 27 of 47 for 363 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. All 3 to number 5, Jahan Dotson, who finished the afternoon co-MVPs with Clifford and Dotson. Clifford can't take as many sacks as he's been taking, though. They finally found a run game, though, so that's a good sign moving ahead. More balance, more consistency, though, please and thank you. Continue to run the football. Like I said, able to run the football and see what happens with their offense. The rest of the offensive playbook opens itself up, and that's what happened today. But Clifford was 27 of 47, 363 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. All 3 to number 5, Jahan Dotson, who had 11 catches, 242 yards receiving, and 3 touchdowns. Also receiving, Keandre Lambert-Smith had 2 catches, 36 yards receiving. Noah Kane, 4 for 28. Theo Johnson, 3 for 23. Kevon Lee, 2 catches, 17 yards. Parker Washington, quiet afternoon, 2 for 16. It was Jahan Dotson, and then it fell off after that. They still need to get the tight ends more involved, no doubt about it. But then Penn State rushing. They finally found a running game. Yes, thank you. Continue to run the football. Noah Kane finished. Actually, Kevon Lee led the team in rushing. Final stats here. It was Noah Kane there for a bit. Okay. Well, Noah Kane had more carries than anybody. So he did lead the team in carries, but Kevon Lee led the team in rushing yard-wise. So we'll work our way backwards. John Lovett, Penn State's team, 34 carries, 97 yards rushing. So they still haven't even broke 100 yards rushing this season as a team, let alone one player. But I'll take it. They're chipping away at it. They're getting better. They're finding a running game, but, Rome wasn't built in a day. We'll see how the rest of the season goes. But no, John Lovett finished, 8 carries, 28 yards rushing. Noah Kane, 10 for 35. And then Kevon Lee had 8 carries for 50 yards rushing. But it was Sean Clifford to Jahan Dotson 3 times for touchdowns. He doesn't play. They lose by 14-10 if everything else goes the way it does. It was a good game. It was. Penn State defensively made some stops late, of course. They got a 80-plus yard interception return for a touchdown as well. It was 3 passing touchdowns from Clifford to Dotson. Brown on a interception return for a score. Another Penn State touchdown, and then Stout for a 24-yard field goal. 31-14, your final, as Maryland had a passing and a rushing touchdown. So, 31-14, your final score. Penn State snaps their 3-game losing streak. They defeat Maryland once again, 31-14. Clifford finished, once again here, 27 of 47, 363 and 3 scores. Dotson, 11 catches, 242 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns. And then Penn State rushing, John Lovett, 8 for 28 on the ground. Noah Kane, 10 for 35 on the ground. And Kevon Lee, 8 carries, 50 yards rushing as well. So 31-14, your final score. Penn State advances to 6-3, becomes bowl eligible. They're eligible to go to a bowl game now. They're going bowling end of December, early January. We'll see, of course, matchup-wise, who they draw. Still got 3 more games to play, though, this regular season. Michigan Rutgers at Michigan State. Maryland at Michigan State next week. Penn State hosting Michigan. Both kick times still to be determined. We'll see when they kick off next Saturday, November the 13th, 2021. But here today on the 6th of November, Penn State offensively finally found a running game. Sean Clifford found Jahan Dawson for 200-plus yards receiving and 3 receiving touchdowns. Running game can be better. No doubt about it. I'll take it, though. It's better than what it's been, so gotta, take it for what it's worth and live with it for the time being. It can be better, though. They know that. We all know it, too. So I'll leave it at that, but yeah, they finally found a running game. Clifford found Dawson for the most part all afternoon. The middle of the field was wide open all day long. Need to go to tight ends more, but it'll come. Rome wasn't built in a day. They'll figure it out. Season's not over just yet. Yeah, it's been a tough month or so. Past month or so since Penn State last won last month. You got a bye week in between there a couple weeks ago. But a 3-game losing streak is a 3-game losing streak, and it sucks. Winning's nice, but losing just absolutely sucks. I don't care who you are. I don't care how good you are, how bad you are. Losing sucks. It's a little bit of a sigh of relief, to be honest with you, but Michigan rolls in next week. It not necessarily as unhappy right here in Happy Valley as it's been. I mean, the sun's starting to break through the clouds a little bit. Don't get me wrong. Big win at Maryland today, yeah. But there's still a lot left to do. They know that. We all know that. So we'll see how they play at home next week, hosting Michigan in the first ever Penn State helmet stripe out. With the kick time still to be determined. So yeah, they finally found a running game. Clifford got the ball to Jahan Dawson as many times as he did. 3 touchdowns. 300 yards passing. 3 touchdowns. Run game's there. At least today it was. And it can only get better, just as the team in general. Defensively, Penn State on defense, arguably the best Penn State defense in years. At least from what I can recall, from what I've seen over the past 25 years and just this year in general for how they've played. Maryland tied it up at 14 there in the fourth quarter, scoring a touchdown and went for 2 and got it. But then since then, Penn State scored 17 unanswered and finally was able to close out a game. And the Nittany Lions win it 31-14. But no, the defense played extremely well. 2 turnovers with a fumble and then an 80-plus yard interception return for a touchdown. Defensively played stout all afternoon, held it down until the offense got rolling. The offense did get rolling there late, and they were able to run the football late when they needed to, so that's another good sign. But yeah, defensively they held it down, played extremely well, play their hearts out, finally found a way to win late. So a win's a win, I'll take it. And whether it's by 1, 2, 3, 17 points, win's a win. And it feels good to snap a 3-game losing streak, don't get me wrong. As Penn State wins their first game since October the 2nd, as they defeated Indiana that night, 24-0 here this evening. A little over a month or so later, they defeat Maryland on the road, 31-14 from College Park in the battle of, as it was, 2 5-3 Big Ten East teams. Now a 6-3 and a 5-4 Big East team. Big Ten East team, I should say, excuse me. So, yeah, 31-14, your final score. Penn State wins it, but looking ahead, the Michigan Wolverines gonna fight on into Happy Valley, and it's either gonna be fight on state or Hail to the Victors next Saturday night. Well, we'll see what time the game kicks off. If I'd have to guess, like I said, 12 to 3:30 kick. Wouldn't mind a night game. It'd be cold, don't get me wrong. If it is a night game, finally feels like fall. Winter's right around the corner. Football weather in general. But come next Saturday night, we'll know whether Penn State's 6-4 or 7-3 if they defeat or end up losing to Michigan. They went to Michigan last year and beat the Wolverines right after Thanksgiving. Also beat them in 19 and 17, but under James Franklin on the road in even years, 14, 16, and 18. Penn State's gone up and lost. They also lost here in 15 against Michigan. But yeah, 17, 19, and 20. They defeated the Wolverines. So, in another even year, 20 last year, they went to Ann Arbor and defeated the Wolverines from the Big House. Now, an odd year, ball's in Penn State's court at home. Back to 17 and 19. The blue and white picked up 2 big night game wins over Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines. So, we'll see if the Michigan men come to play. I know they will next Saturday at Penn State. But we'll see how Penn State plays, of course, in that matchup as well. Kick time still to be determined, as mentioned again. So we'll see what time Michigan Penn State is next week. But I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then. So hopefully you'll tune in and listen. As always, thank you for tuning in today and listening to my live watch-along audio-only reactions live here on YouTube of college football, Penn State, Maryland. Hopefully you'll tune in tomorrow as well. NFL live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube with the Green Bay Packers and Kansas City Chiefs. Also on Monday with NFL Monday Night Football, Chicago Bears, Pittsburgh Steelers, with WWE Monday Night Raw, as well as the build continues to WWE Survivor Series. Best time of the year. Literally everything in sports is currently ongoing. So next week, it'll be Penn State, Michigan, Steelers, Lions, live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube in college football. And the NFL, just as it was last week, Penn State at Ohio State and the Steelers at the Browns. Penn State and Steeler fans head in the Buckeye State, take on the Buckeyes and Browns. Well, Michigan fans, Detroit Lion fans, coming to PA, great state of Pennsylvania, with the shit governor and Tom Wolf we have. Right here in Happy Valley next Saturday, Penn State hosting Michigan. And next Sunday, the Steelers hosting the Lions from the Steel City down in Pittsburgh at Heinz Field. So, no. Big win. Feels good to win for the first time in a little over a month. Starting to forget there for a bit how it felt to win for Penn State. I mean, 5-0, and then you lose 3 straight with a bye week. So it's been a while. It's been a while. Feels damn good, that's for sure. Win's a win. You take it. You move on. You build. You capitalize off of the small things, whether that you did good or wrong today, and you learn from your mistakes. So we'll see, of course, how Penn State plays moving ahead. Michigan Rutgers at Michigan State to close out the regular season. And just as they had 4 games left in the season entering today, not knowing if they'd get 6 wins to go to bowl game, well, they got 4 more games in general the rest of the regular season, with the bowl game included now. Michigan, Rutgers, Michigan State, and then the bowl game. So we're 9 games in here already, November. How the hell is it already November? I have no idea. Thanksgiving, Christmas, fast approaching. Penn State, in the end, though, is 6-3. 6 wins. They're going to a bowl game. They snap a 3-game skid, lose for the first time in a little over a month's time, and defeat the Maryland Terrapins, sending the Terps back into their shell. Penn State 31, Maryland 14, as Penn State picks up their first win since October the 2nd. It's November the 6th. To do the math, it's been a little over a month. A win's a win. I'll take it. Penn State wins 31-14 over Maryland. That is, in fact, your final score. Maryland at Michigan State next week. Both teams going to be coming off losses in that matchup. But Michigan, Penn State, right here in Happy Valley, Beaver Stadium, next Saturday, and potential, depending on the college football playoff rankings, that'll be released on Tuesday night. Top 25 matchup. It'll be a top 25 matchup in the AP poll rankings. No doubt about it, unless Michigan loses tonight to Indiana, which I really don't see that happening. Michigan at the end of one leads Indiana 3-0 tonight. So a few close games with these night games currently on. But a week from now, Michigan, Penn State from right here in Happy Valley, Beaver Stadium. As it's been also happy right here in Happy Valley as of late, the past month or so. 3-game losing streak with a bye week in between. Penn State wins for the first time. This is October the 2nd. Beat Maryland today, 31-14. It's starting to get a little happier. So Penn State wins it 31-14 over the Terps. As the blue and white advance to 6-3, are now bowl eligible. Will be going bowling at the end of the year. So for the glory of Old State, we are Penn State. Penn State once again wins it 31-14 at Maryland. Thank you for tuning in and listening to my live watch along, audio only reactions live right here on YouTube. I'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Yes, that's me. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Check questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. And thank you for tuning in this afternoon and listening. Hopefully tune in tomorrow for some NFL action with the Packers and Chiefs. Also Monday night with NFL Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw. And next week as well with some more college football and NFL action as we advance in this regular season that has absolutely flown by. What an afternoon it's been, though, here today in college football. Arguably, in my opinion, on paper from start to finish, the way these games have played out, the best college football Saturday to this point this season here in 2021. But hopefully we'll also tune in next week as the Penn State Lions will host the Michigan Wolverines from right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. That's next week. But today, Penn State snaps a 3-game skid. They win. They don't lose. Penn State wins. I've said they've lost, the past 3 games with that bye week as well. At Iowa, Illinois, at Ohio State. And all winnable games. Really, just think, they had a running game, able to find a way to win in all 3 of those games. They win again today. Well, they're 9-0, not 6-3, but they're 6-3, so I'll take it. Penn State 6-3. Could be a lot better, but very easily could be a whole hell of a lot worse as well. So take what you can get, take it for what it's worth. And Penn State now 6-3, defeating Maryland here this afternoon. Once again, your final score: Penn State 31, Maryland 14. So once again, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And hopefully tune in tomorrow and on Monday for more live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube, along with next weekend as well, with Michigan, Penn State live next Saturday, live right here on YouTube with the Wolverines and Nittany Lions. But today, Penn State gets back in the win column, defeats Maryland. Your final score again: Penn State defeats the Maryland Terrapins 31-14.